folks, you have now indeed arrived here at the KOE Nation, which you can, of course, find on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and X as well. And I'm here to review the most important knife in my collection. This was a knife that was given to me by my daughter. She was 5 years old. As you can see here on the belt clip, it says, "I love you, Daddy." On the blade, it says, "Love," oh, there we go. "Love always," and her name. I'll just block that for her benefit. But yes, "Love always," her name. And this is one of my most cherished possessions, if I'm going to be honest with you. Yeah, this is one of the most cherished possessions. Because it immediately takes me back to a different time. Because, my little girl, she's growing so fast now. And this just reminds me when she was just my little girl and I was just her dad. Different times. I used to carry this knife with me everywhere for, I want to say 3 or 4 months. And then there was a day where I almost lost it. And I now keep it in a drawer. And I rarely pull it out. I don't use it as a tool, really, in any regard. I mean, it's got a nice serrated edge, as you can see. And the blade is in good condition, but that's not what this knife is about. Like, if I were to go to a desert island and I could only take one knife, it might be this one, and I might not use it as a tool all that often. I'd probably just find a way to sharpen a rock fairly quickly, because I don't like using the word treasure a lot, because it's kind of an overused word, but this is something that I do treasure. Okay, like, don't know how to explain it, and it's something that I always tell to people, especially the children of young parents. The things that you don't even know you're taking for granted now, and especially the things that annoy you now, be the things you miss more than anything down the road. Anything. And it's, yes, more than anything, those will be what you miss down the road. I can't emphasize that enough. Like, I mean, yeah, used to have a little 5-year-old kiddo that would get up all the time and keep me up all night. Now I'd give almost anything for that again. And so that's my advice to anybody who has new children or young children that are under the age of like 7. Enjoy every moment, because it doesn't last. They grow quick. I feel like I blinked a few times, and she's already growing into a beautiful young woman. And that is something. So this knife, I cannot rate because it defies rating. But this is my review of the most important knife in my collection. God bless every last one of you. Travel well. I think that was appropriate, folks. I loved every bit of that. That is the review for this particular blade. Okay? Yeah, I always remember when she gave me this one. And yeah, I carried it with me every day until I almost lost it one day. Now I carry just regular knives that I beat up. But that one, the house is burning down, might be the one thing I try to pull out of here. So that's says, "I love you, Daddy." I love you too, kiddo. Well, how are we doing this evening, all you beautiful people? I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, the lord of the Scottish Highlands, one handsome man if I do say so myself. Welcome one and all to the K.O.E Nation, folks. We are going to have ourselves a fun night where we're going to get into knife tool reviews. We're going to review all kinds of stuff. We're going to go over some reviews that I've done in the past. We're also going to get into some new stuff like this thing right here, the True Utility Nail Clipper. I've let my nails go for a couple days just for this. So yes, folks, you're going to see if this will be able to qualify as the nail clippers of Extreme. We got a lot of stuff coming here. And if there's a knife or a tool that you would like to see reviewed, let me know in the comments, folks. I'm always interested in these very, very basic tools because something I always tell my daughter, it's like, well, we're a tool using species. Without our tools, we don't live long, we die. So with that being said, let's move right on to the next. This one actually is a combination of tool.
Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E Nation Knife Reviews. Just like so many of you folks, I am on the never-ending journey to find that perfect blade. We're going to grade every blade on a 5-star scale as a tool, as a self-defense implement, and as a knife overall. Also, would we replace this knife if we lost it, and should you add it to your collection? Most important of all, without further ado, let's get to this knife review.
You have indeed arrived here at the K.O.E Nation for my review of the ultimate grandma EDC knife. What do I mean by that? Why would anyone even say such a thing? I'm going to tell you why. This is the ultimate EDC for any grandma out there. If you're a grandma, this is an EDC blade for you. Why? Because this is by a company called True Knife. And there's a blade on this where you can open one hand. There's a Tonto blade. Sure. That's not the main thing. Because if your grandmas were anything like my grandma, both grandmas actually, they never left the house without a pair of scissors. Yeah. Scissors. Folding scissors that have a pocket clip. Yeah. Yeah, I remember my grandma never left the house without those orange-handled, junk drawer scissors. And there's times she had them in her purse. Okay? Like that. So this would just be like she could probably construct an entire shelter with just this. So yeah, this is what I mean when I say the ultimate EDC carry for yours and everybody else's grandma. Because sure, it's got a knife on it. That's nice. But it's also got belt clippable or pocket clippable scissors. Yes. So folks, True Knife, I'm sure there's also like folks who are like EMTs and such who would like that, but that was my first thought is like, wow, like everybody's grandma would have an EDC here of just the scissors. They don't even care about the knife. They might even have their son like take the blade off or something. But the everyday carry scissors, that is next level. So now we get to the grading. For those who don't know, we grade everything on a 5-star scale. 5 meaning you have to have it before you shuffle off this mortal coil. 0 meaning pass it on by the K.O.E Nation will advise you well. And the yes and no questions are, should you add this knife to your collection, and would I replace this knife if I were to lose it? As a knife, you can't, like, that one required a little bit of flicking and momentum. It's Tanto blade, 2.5 inch. Nothing wrong with that. With your right hand, you can use a thumb to flick it open one-handed. So, I mean, as a self-defense implement, 2 stars. This isn't really what it was designed for on a 5-star scale. yeah, I got to stick with 2 stars. Got to stick with 2 stars on this. I mean, it's not what it's designed for, but again, it's better than harsh words and stern looks. But there's really not much to prevent your hand from actually, yeah, because of that, I'm going to go 175 because this is purely tool usage. As a tool, if you're needing scissors, 4 stars. Like, if in its narrow need, 4 stars. As a tool, yeah, 4 stars. As a knife, again, 2 stars. 2 stars as a knife. I mean, it's purely tool usage, which as a tool, it shines. But in self-defense or in any other regard, it's not really, I don't think that's what they were really going for with this. But yeah, this, it's even spring, even a spring on there, so it'll pop back out. I mean, this is marvelous, marvelous scissors. I can't sing the praises enough in those regards. In terms of would I replace this knife if I lost it, I don't know if I would run out and do so immediately. This cost me $29 USD. I got a feeling like this is a knife I would loan to somebody without like a heavy expectation of getting it back. Just because, like, you never know. If they find this to be super handy, it's like, all right, yeah, buddy, just hang on to that one. That's fine. So I don't know if I would seek out another one, and I don't know if I would, like, in terms of should you add this to your collection? Really just depends on if you need folding scissors with a pocket clip. Like, I'm sorry, I can't emphasize that enough. Like, there are some people that this is, like, this right here is a revelation. Okay? Like, this is going to change a few people's lives. But, just, unless you need that, like EMTs, I could see, like, any kind of rescue first responders could definitely, you know, you got to cut out a seatbelt or cut, like, you know, I'm just trying to think of uses. But like I said, it's not going to be for everybody, but for the folks it is for, this little true knife, knife scissor combo, this, this might very well be for you. But folks, all that being said, that was this review of the true knife scissor combo. God bless. Travel well. All right. I just, the first time I saw that, I was like, that's a grandma knife. Like, I don't know how else to put it. Now, I think it would, I'm not going to tell True how to do their business here, but man, if they were to put some pliers, oh, like, yeah, I would probably have one of these in one of my pocket every day if that was a folding set of pliers. Like, that would just, oh, what can I say? But anywho, that was that, folks. Yes, indeed, folks. That was indeed that. And we are moving onward and upward to, ooh, the Milwaukee knife. This one's weird. Milwaukee tools are great. You have arrived here at the K.O.E Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and Twitter for the unboxing and first impressions of the Milwaukee single-hand opening utility knife. Let's see. We've got a compact folding knife from the Milwaukee Corporation, a liner locked stainless steel blade. Let's see. It really doesn't give much other information about its construction other than stainless steel blade. Well, nope, that's all we got here, folks. So let's see how we got idiot tabs right here. So, and even that wasn't good enough. So that's why you always have your box opener ready to roll. Like, I mean, what YouTube channel that does the occasional knife review would be complete without a box opener knife? The 1911 by Cold Steel, coming soon. That review, be sure to check that one out when it drops. But all right, we have the Milwaukee knife out of its box. You can set that aside. Let's see, it closes easy. Opens one-handed using the thumb hole, as you can see. This would be a great little utility knife. The blade is not all that long. I will edit in here the exact specs, all of it, folks. It's going to be right here. It's going to be awesome. Now, let's see here. This blade is, of course, engineered by Milwaukee Tools, professionally made in China. As you can see, that's the one-handed operation. That's pretty derivative of Spyderco. Gonna be honest with you. Spyderco's circle, it seems like that might have been a bit of an inspiration. It also has another Spyderco invention. Not maybe invention, but they definitely made it popular. Pocket clip. Now, I'm curious how this one's gonna, because this is a blade tip point down, so this is a purely work knife. I'm looking forward to getting into this. Look forward to the review of the Milwaukee folder here in the very near future, folks, here at the K.O.E. Nation. God bless every last one of you. Travel well.
Arrived at the K.O.E. Nation.
You folks have truly arrived here at the K.O.E. Nation for the unboxing of the CRKT Igniter with Beth Serrations, designed by Ken Stegerwalt. So, folks, there's some stuff on the back of this box I need to read, which calls for glasses of extreme. So, we hope to ignite your passion for high-tech folders with the Igniter. It raises the bar for all value-priced folders by using premium blade steel, layered G10 scales, and patented features including assisted opening, a unique knife safety, and our special serrations. It has a modified drop point design with a high hollow grind. We use premium 8CR14 MOV stainless steel. Its features fast opening, outburst assisted opening, deploys the blade fast, safe and secure, safety integrated, thumb stud prevents accidental opening, extremely sharp. Verf serrations provide superior cutting power of rope and straps. Specifications: blade length 3.38 inches. Edge combination. The steel is 8CR14 MOV. The finish is satin. Thickness 0.11 2.72 millimeters. Closed, the length is 4.22 inches. Open, 7.63 inches. Weight, 3.5 ounces. Handle, G10. Nice. Style, assisted folding knife with liner lock. So, let's see. And where is this made? Designed by Ken Staggerwalt in Orangeville, Pennsylvania. Made in China. Yep, we knew. So, let's get this bad boy open. Let's see. Nothing back on here that hasn't already been stated. Elsewhere, Cold Steel 1911 for the Open. Just cuts through packaging plastic like a lightsaber, folks. I gotta give this particular blade that, anywho. And always remember to always cut away from yourself when making a package, because the reason is, like, you can see it's under tension, and if for any reason the tension gets released, you want that to be going away from you rather than towards you. I know that seems self-evident to some people. To most of you, that's self-evident. There might be one person out there that's not. So always, it's kind of like going over the rules of like firearm safety or something. It's always valuable. So alrighty, here. Let's take the little tip off there. The CRKT Igniter. It's got patent number and K.O.E. Steger, I think is his name. That says it right there, folks. Now, let's see. Okay, you can definitely feel some resistance there. And that is not immediate. Oh, okay, there's some sort of locking mechanism here. Oh. Okay, that's pretty neato burrito. That's well done. Okay, you see there's a little ball bearing here? See that? That can fall out, fall back. See that, folks? That, when it comes down, lock it there. Once you push that in, then you push in with your thumb, then the blade opens quite easily, very fast. Now, this is the one assisted opening knife like that I know a lot of people would have no problem with pocket carrying, because you have to. That's marvelous. Okay. I'll be honest, like, when I first closed it and it wouldn't open, like, what's going on here? Come on. Then, once you get it down, ooh, that's nice. Now these serrations, yeah, let's just see. Okay. Okay, that's impressive. That saw's pretty, not bad. Not bad. This would be a fine rope cutter. And once you figure out the action, yes, like, okay. My first impression, this would be a great boat knife, sailor knife, if you need to cut line very quickly. So yeah, that's my first impressions of this knife. Excellent, excellent blade here, CRKT. At first, I thought these serrations were going to be a pure gimmick. Now you can see they're only one-sided with that little dip in the blade, but it works. I mean, you know, without much effort, you could see what it did there. I'm not really putting a terrible amount of effort. I'm not trained with this blade in any way. You're seeing me open it and handle this for the first time. This lock mechanism, though, fascinating. Look around. Like, this feels very, like, edgy in the hand. Like, it's not very smooth anywhere on it. Now, you feel like you're going to keep a good purchase on it because of that, but just everything on, like, if the color wasn't green, just everything about this knife would be heavy metal. Okay? Like, I don't know how else to put it. Like, this would just be like Metalocalypse. Metal. Like, I'm really impressed with this particular blade. So CRKT Igniter, folks, that has been this unboxing review here at the K.O.E. Nation of the CRKT Igniter. What a serrated blade there, folks. I hope all of you make it back here to the K.O.E. Nation. Happy, healthy, much the wiser. God bless every last one of you. Oh.
You have arrived at the K.O.E. Nation.
Well, folks, you have arrived here at the K.O.E. Nation for an interesting. Okay, we just got this one started, but once this one's done, we're gonna get into the review of this nail clipper, folks. So I was just not quite fast on the draw enough, so we're gonna finish this one out, and then we're gonna this is a weird little axe. You should check. Like I've never like Tony's got this mini axe right now. I'm waiting to see what his review on that's gonna be, but this is a very strange thing indeed. Blade and tool review of the K.O.E. Mini Axe. Yeah, check this out, folks. This is a mini axe by a company from China. That is, I believe it's pronounced K.O.E. But this I saw and I just thought it was too neat. What we have here is a tiny little axe blade. You can see that. A bottle opener. One nut drive here, and then several different sized nut drives that you can utilize there. I tried a few of these at the shop. They'll work in a pinch, but you're definitely not working at full speed. But I just loved the novelty of this. It's about $9 on Amazon, in case you're curious. I'm not endorsed by these people or anything. I bought this with my own money. I just thought it was kind of neat. Okay, just perfectly square with you. But yeah, there you go. It's give you a hand scale there. Like this is something a magician could almost, you could almost palm something like this. Okay, like, well, let me just tell you what I think of these things. Then you could, ditch and then steal later. But yeah, this is actually. Oh, and you also have a little screwdriver on the back there. But let's be frank, the reason most people are buying this is because it's a bottle opener. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. So, but I'm gonna give this a rating as an axe, as a tool, and would I replace this if I lose it? And should you add this to your collection? So, also worth noting, it does have a little sheath here with a pocket clip, and it holds reasonably well. Like you can make it rattle if you touch it a little bit, but by itself it won't. I get the feeling with a lot of wear, the sheath would not last too terribly long. But, that's just truth be told. You could maybe wear this on your belts if you're like going to the beach or something. It would also ride on like really like flimsy basketball shorts and that kind of stuff. If it can hold that kind of weight, because there's a little weight here. I mean, it is a piece of steel, but it's really not that terribly weighty. Now, all right, let's be frank. Like in terms of self-defense, this would be 0 stars. So, sorry, maybe like 0.1, 0.25. No, this is purely tool blade. Like you're doing some box cutting, maybe a little bit of food prep, like some very, very slim test with this. So yeah, this is 0 for self-defense. In terms of an axe, this mighty axe. I mean, Thor don't even need Mjolnir anymore because he's moving on to axes now, and this is obviously what he had in mind. Yeah. So, in terms of an axe, 0.25, because you ain't split no wood with this. But in terms of a tool, I'm going to give this 3 stars. Actually, let's be frank. Most people are buying it just for a bottle opener, but it's a bottle opener with multiple uses. So, I think as a tool, this actually does accomplish what it set out to do. Now, if I were to lose this, would I seek another one? Probably not, because like this is just kind of a trinket. Like this is something that you buy and you put in your bar drawer just to like kind of pull out. It's a nice little conversation piece. $9. Should you add it to your collection if you need a conversation piece, bottle opener, or you like your bottle openers to have tool usage? Then yeah, you probably should. But that's just depending. Your mileage may vary, or if you need something with the tiniest bit of blade work, like the beach, I think is where this would really, really shine. Because I mean, that's when you got just very fine work to do. Like this is an excellent tool for going to the beach. That's where this would shine next time I go to the lake. I'm gonna put it on my lake shorts and see how it rides. If it makes it, it makes it. If it doesn't, I will be sure to let you know. But folks, that has been this review of this massive, mighty axe, folks. God bless all y'all. Travel well.
Nice.
Oh, I let that music go on for a while. Well, we'll get back to that here in a bit, folks. But now, something I've been looking forward to because, well, I've been letting my nails go for a few days just for this. Folks, you have indeed arrived here at the K.O.E Nation for this review of the True Utility Nail Clip Kit. Folks, I am your King of Extreme Phil K.O.E, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes you the podcast coward, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, the lord of the Scottish Highlands. One handsome man, if I do say so myself. You can, of course, find me at K.O.E Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and Twitter-X, really depending on your political persuasion. And we are getting into the True Utility Nail Kit. Now, folks, this one's a little special because I've been letting my nails go for a couple of days just to test this thing. Now, what this has here is super sharp small knife, file included, spring-loaded sharp scissors, flick-out nail clippers, nail files, screwdriver, knife, scissors, key ring attachment. And it's got a free key ring, personal nail care toolkit. Let's see. Now, we're going to get into it using the Cold Steel Spartan as the opener, because why not? Fully serrated blade. Just make short work of most things, folks. All right, let's get right into this. So what we have here, the main tool. Also, what I think is kind of neat is they add a free key ring carboner, or not carboner, just a regular key ring. They added a carboner to a different kit. But yeah, just a free little key ring here, and it always says something different. Let's see. This one says form follows function. Function follows form. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. So that's what's written on this little key ring. Not bad. Not bad. Let's get that out of the shot there. Now, the main event that you're here for, this bad boy, the nail kit. Let's see how we do here. All right. The file comes out like you'd expect, a standard Swiss Army knife. Don't you hate it when you forget that? The next one is a knife that comes out just like standard Swiss Army knife. Can't complain there. Okay, on the other side here, also very reminiscent of Swiss Army knife, so you'll be used to it. Spring-loaded scissors. There they are, folks. Yeah, tiny little spring-loaded scissors. Little skizzers. Now, let's see how this, what happens with these nails here. How does this work? This looks like it's jammed in there somehow. This ain't making a lot of sense as to how this comes out. Okay. All right. Here you pull, it flips up. There you go. It's attached right there. So you ain't gonna lose them. You ain't gonna lose them. Now, the moment we've all been waiting for. How do these work as nail clippers? I'm as curious as you are. Let's not start on the thumb. That's not fair. We'll start on pinky. All righty. Okay. You kind of got to give them a bit of a push, but they do cut. Okay. It's not the cleanest nail cut you've ever had, but it's getting a definitive cut through. Like, I don't know how else to describe that. Let's go through the ring finger, bit bigger nail. Let's see here. Like I said, a dedicated nail clipper will give you a bit cleaner cut, but this is definitely getting the job done. Okay. Like, this is like if you're like a hiker or something and every single little ounce has to account for itself, this packs away quite nicely. Okay. Let's see. How does it do with middle finger here? All right. Not bad. Not bad. Okay, that one was nice. Now I've got the hang of it. All right, doing my index finger. I'm like I said, there's a little bit some tiny little phrase here, but it's not like end of the word. Like they'll come off like if you just rub them on denim like 2-3 times. So like I said, I can't. I'm trying to find something to be particular about, and that's about it. Is not the cleanest cut, but all right, it's struggling through the thumbnail. All right, like I'll be honest, I'm a little skeptical. I've got one of those big, thick, like you could practically harvest wheat with it, dad toenails. I don't know if it'll go through that. We'll see. We'll see. I just clipped them the other day, so. All right, it's getting a little difficult through this thumbnail because this one always is. But it got it off. Got it off, but it was being a little curmudgeon-y about it, but that one always is. All right. Back on smaller nails, it's just clipping like butter. Okay. Okay. Gonna be honest here. Not hating this. Trash can. All right. All right. It's getting a little harder the farther you go along. But all right, there's one finger left. Are we gonna make it? Are we gonna make it? Can she make it? Oh, this is suspense, folks. I think I'll put like super dramatic music in the background for this one. All right. Well, folks, there you have it. Trim nails with this True Knife nail clipper. It'll get the job done. Like this is something I would say give it to your sons, not your daughters. Okay, this is perfect for a man because it's got extra tools on it. A woman, it's I hate to say like I'm just thinking my daughter would be like, this just doesn't clip the nails quite good. And like I'm just thinking of her. She's a girly girl. I could just see her this not being quite up to her exacting standards. I love you, kiddo. But this is a great like hiker, or if you're like one of the mountain climber types, or any of that where you need to make sure that every ounce counts. You're like, yeah, this could work for anybody with that kind of like outdoorsy lifestyle. So we're going to grade this on a couple of 5-star scales here. 5 meaning you have to have it before you shuffle off this mortal coil. 0 meaning pass it on by. The K.O.E Nation has advised you well. We're going to grade this as a multi-tool. We're going to grade this as a nail clipper. We're going to see if I would replace this if I were to lose it, and should you add it to your collection as well. So, as a multi-tool, It's got a lot of things that you would typically find on Swiss Army knife plus something new, a nail clipper. And it's the thing I like about the True Company. They're willing to think outside the box a little bit to try to fill niches that aren't getting served. And so this is one that's definitely an interesting one. Like I gave my nieces last year for Christmas the Victorinox travel nail clippers. Good nail clipper. It's got a little screwdriver, so they'll always have a little tool to take with them everywhere. Because this one's got a knife, you're not going to be able to get this onto a plane, unfortunately. But for the outdoor, oh, and is that? I think yeah. No. That's just for a second. I thought there was a ruler on the other side, but I hate to point that out at the end. But there are some manufacturing scuff marks, but not a big deal. Okay, I'm not gonna like for what this is. I forget what its price was exactly, so I'm gonna display that right here in post production editing. Yeah, pretty awesome. But yeah, I'm gonna say as a multi tool, 3.25 on a 5-star scale. As a nail clipper, I'm also going to give it 3.25 on a 5-star scale. It's not quite 4-star. It's got a little ways to get there, but it definitely gets the job done and it's better than lower end stuff. So this is definitely one that, again, if space is a premium, if you're like one of those guys that have you seen some of those like not only tiny houses but like videos about like tiny apartments in New York, and these people like try to make the most out of every square centimeter? Like this would be something that'd be right up your alley. Okay. As in terms of would I replace this if I were to lose it, and should you add it to your collection as well? If I were to lose this, I don't know if I'd run out and get one. It's a handy thing to keep in your truck, which I'll definitely do that, but because that's where this is going to go. When I notice like I'm in my truck and I'm working like, that one nail's just getting a little crazy, I can trim it down now. In terms of should you add this to your collection, it depends on your lifestyle. I can't give you a definitive yes on this because I don't know. But if you're any kind of outdoorsy on the go and you need to save ounces, this will definitely come in handy. So, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, that has been this review of the True Nail Clip, or should we call it the True Nail Clipper Kit, folks. God bless all y'all. Travel well. And that, folks, is how it's done. Yes, we have reviewed this particular thing, and I got my nails trimmed out of the deal. So that's efficiency, folks. That's efficiency. 2 birds, 1 stone. Give me credit here. Now, folks, I'm curious, what kind of tools and what kind of knives and what kind of blades do you want reviewed? Because we're going to get into some pretty cool knives a little later. Like, we're not going to do it now, but we might review this one, this big old bad boy, the Raja 3. Or, no, this is the Raja 2. The Raja 3 I've already reviewed. I'm thinking we're definitely going to review at least 1 or 2 more knives. I'll let the audience decide a little later which ones. But without further ado, we're going to get right back in. Welcome. This one is an interesting little blade that I let Tony borrow. I still haven't got the review back from it, but it's the Kershaw 1897. Now, folks, again, any knives, any tools you want me to review, let me know. I'll see what I can do to find. But without further ado, let's get right into the Kershaw 1987.
One and all to the K.O.E. Nation Knife Reviews. Just like so many of you folks, I am on the never-ending journey to find that perfect blade. We're going to grade every blade on a 5-star scale as a tool, as a self-defense implement, and as a knife overall. Also, would we replace this knife if we lost it, and should you add it to your collection? Most important of all, without further ado, let's get to this knife review.
You have indeed arrived here at the K.O.E. Nation for this review of the Kershaw 1987. Yes, folks, this is a very inexpensive knife that I picked up literally for $13 at Tractor Supply. They were having a sale, and I figured at that price, I can't really pass that up. That's pretty cheap. But yeah, so this knife, it's pure black, but it's a finger flipper, which it's basically, I'm imagining the super budget version of the Leek. But what I really like about this, I'm going to see if okay, yeah, you do catch it. You can actually decide if you want to carry it blade up or blade down, and you can also, you can't do it on both sides, but you can change which pocket you carry it in, but you can only choose blade up or blade down on the right pocket, not the left pocket, depending on how you carry it. But yeah, a very nice finger flipper, the Kershaw 1987. And I also got this knife, and I'm doing this review, troll Tony, because he hates the Smashing Pumpkins. So, shake down 1987. Like, yep. I will spend $13 to troll my buddy. This is true. But yeah, just a good, inexpensive knife. And at that price, it is undoubtedly made in China. But despite all that, a good, inexpensive knife that I think we will have to get into a bit of an examination here. And I'm also going to give this knife to Tony G so he can give you his review as well. But I'm going to be honest, I just get a feeling like this is the cheapest possible way that they could get something like a Leek out to market. Don't get me wrong, I'm liking it. And I'm liking all the options for $13. Like, not bad. Now, I'm not sure if that's going to be... Your mileage may vary on its price, but now it is time to get into the grading of this particular blade. As you know, we grade every blade on a couple of 5-star scales and 2 yes or no questions. We grade it as a tool, as a self-defense implement, as a knife overall. Would I replace this knife if I lost it? And should you add this knife to your collection? So, woo, boy, it's thundering heavy. In terms of a self-defense implement, it's got a one-handed open. It's got a couple of finger grooves to really let your fingers fall right into. Got yourself a pretty short blade here. I think this is 2.5 inches. Excellent little blade here. In terms of self-defense implement, I'm going to give it 2.5 stars because it's a one-handed, finger flip open, liner locked blade that comes from a reputable manufacturer. So are there better blades out there if you should ever, which God, I hope you never are, called upon to defend your life? Of course. But this is better than harsh words and stern looks, as I always say. So 2.5 stars there. In terms of a tool, I'm gonna give it 2.25. It gives you a lot of options here. Like, obviously, a little bit bigger blade or a serration would make this particular model a bit better tool, but nah, like, it's very, very light. So yeah, 2.25. In terms of an overall knife, I'm gonna give it 2.5. Yeah, 2.5 stars. It's just a good middle of the road knife, nothing to really write home about, but its price really makes it an excellent, excellent value. I am going to say, for the yes and no questions, this is going to be an interesting part. Would I replace this knife if I were to lose it? No, I wouldn't, because this is like an immediate, like, if a buddy of mine just needs a knife to get through a day or two and we're at the farm, and it's like, yo, here you go. Just get it back to me in a few days. Should you add this to your collection? If you need a one-handed finger flipper and this hits the legal metrics of your particular municipality or principality or wherever you happen to be, yes, because it's such a value. It's a great knife, but this is a tremendous value. So, kind of a mixed bag. in this one, but for its price, that's kind of to be expected because everything's a compromise. Like there's no grooves here to choke up on the knife here, so it's pretty bare bones here. But this is a patented by R.J. Martin Design Kershaw, 1987. God bless every last one of you people. I hope all of you make it back here to the K.O.E. Nation. Happy, healthy, much the wiser. God bless. Find me at YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and X as well. And folks, shake down 1987. God bless. Travel well.
You have arrived at the K.O.E. Nation.
That's a little over the top, ain't it, here, folks, at the K.O.E. Nation box opening of the Master Force 11-inch duck knife. Now, Master Force is kind of a Midwestern mainstay in a couple states of the South. Menards is this particular, is basically the title brand of the Menards company is Master Force tools. They kind of have the same guarantee as Craftsman. If you take any Master Force tool into any Menards and it's broken for any reason, you don't even need to show a receipt. They'll just replace it right then and there. So let's get into the specs here real quick. The steel is 8CR13 MOV. The blade finish is satin polished stainless steel. The weight is 6.6 ounces. The length is a 6-inch blade with a 5-inch handle and 11 inches overall. And the knife sheath has a belt clip. So we're going to use Cold Steel 1911 to open this bad boy. Oh, wow. That just went through like a hot knife through butter. Whoa. Like, be careful with this bad boy. Wow. That just was efficient. Wow. Like, that was like lightsaber fast. Just zoom. Yeah, actually, I think we can see what happens when we just take the blade out for now. So, first impressions here. Both sides have the same grind. I was figuring one side was going to be flat. That's impressive. That's impressive, Master Force. I mean, it feels like this is reminiscent of the Japanese hori-hori knife. Now, this is a duct knife for like cutting into aluminum duct and such, and you need the saw to just kind of make it work, and it's also a bit of a pry. Now, this is stainless steel, so I wouldn't do too much prying with this, but this would definitely cut, like steel will cut aluminum. That's just the way that works. That's basic science. Let's see how it is as a box opener, because you got to get on the other side. Not too bad. Serrated side ain't too bad. Okay. So this big old Master Force 6-inch blade here, like it's almost like, that's not a knife. This is a knife. And I like how one side is a standard blade, the other side is serrated, so you can get pretty much everything you need in terms of utility out of a big old blade like that, going back to 1911, because it's a bit more compact and it's better equipped for like just small box opening and such, and a lightsaber through package plastic. And then let's see, the Master Force utility knife, or duck knife. I'm curious how it fits in its sheath. Does it have any kind of, okay, it's got a tactile retention. Got to give it a bit of a yank to get it out. I don't know how long that'll last, but not bad at first. And yeah, they'll just give you a new one, even if the sheath busts. So, interesting. It feels a little more hardy than I thought it was. I figured this was going to feel really cheap when it hit my hands. So that is my unboxing and first impression of the Master Force double-edged duct 11-inch knife. God bless all y'all folks. I hope all of you make it back here to the KOE Nation happy, healthy, much the wiser. God bless every last one of y'all. Travel well.
You have arrived at the KOE Nation.
Folks, you truly have arrived here at the KOE Nation, and we're getting into a very special sword review with our good friend Osiris. So, Osiris, I'm giving you the big screen. Tell us a little bit about this, sir.
So, you can buy swords and family crests, etc., etc. My son went in the Marines against my wishes, of course. I told him to join some easy shit like the Air Force. He's like, fuck that, I'm doing YOLO shit. And then he sent me this. And it came with a family pack. My family, my wife's maiden name is DeLeo, right? So they're Hispanic. And we get this whole thing, and it says a bunch of shit that I don't care about. That is all. It's got a little family thing, and then you get the family crest on the sword. It's
nice.
It's really nicely detailed, right? I would assume this is some type of bronze or combination. I don't know. I have no idea because I don't know a lot about weapon making, but it is a solid thing. The only thing they do is because it's it's a display item, so the edges are not sharp. Okay. The point is sharp, of course, but it is a real sword. It is heavy. And if you look at the detail, I don't know if I can show these details. So if you look at underneath, you got a bunch of insignias and signatures that are happening.
Okay.
Yeah, it's really nicely done. I don't know this, but it feels like a sword somebody would actually carry back in whatever age that this thing would be made.
Okay, so it's just a question of it's full tang or not. If the blade attaches all the way to the bottom of the handle,
it looks like it. So if I can get it, so if you can see, there's an opening here.
Yep.
And it feels like I can't tell you for sure, but it feels like it goes probably about yay deep. Almost about this deep.
Okay.
So this part is not part of the handle. It's probably something that's added on.
3/4 tang, which that's plenty for if you need to use it. Like I wouldn't recommend. Well, okay. Actually, I'm going to ask you, sir. Now, first of all, how many years have you had this sword? It sounds like it's something you've had.
20 years maybe.
Okay, 20 years. Now I see the way you're like just gripping the blade and such.
Yeah, it's not sharp at all.
Yeah.
This part of poke you, but it's not sharp. Nah.
Okay. Well, now for those who don't know, we here at the KOE Nation, we grade everything on a 5-star scale. 5 meaning you have to have it before you shuffle off this mortal coil. 0 meaning pass it on by. KOE Nation has advised you well. So, sir, we're gonna have you grade this on a few 5-star scales as a sword, as a family heirloom. And would you replace, and this is a yes or no question, would you replace it if you were to lose it, sir? So, first of all, as a sword on a 5-star scale, how would you rate this particular item, sir?
Well, it's a display item. It's something meant to put in your family room or wherever, or your game room, or wherever you put nice things. And so as a sword, it probably doesn't do much as a sword, but it looks really cool. So let's give it a 3 for coolness and take off 2 because it doesn't do shit. Right?
Okay.
You're not gonna kill. You're probably not gonna kill too many people with this sword.
So as an actual sword, like maybe 1 or 2 stars, but as a family heirloom, like 3 stars.
Yeah.
And I suppose like because it has such personal value to you, like if you were to lose it, I mean, I imagine you'd probably try to seek out that sword again rather than try to replace it with another one.
Yeah, I'm actually really proud. Like, I'm really proud of it because again, I grew up in the military. I told my oldest kids, at least, there's a lot of value being in the military. They are the knights of the new republic. That's what they are. And my oldest son took that to heart and I told him, hey, join the Air Force, join the Navy, do some easy shit, do your 4, 8, 10 years or whatever. And and do your best. He's like, no, fuck that. I can't swim, I can't do shit, but I'm gonna join the Marines. I was like, all right, bro. And this is a momentum to that. My oldest son is a anomaly to the statistic, as they would say. Yeah, my wife's family is they grew up poor. I grew up middle class, but they grew up poor, and now I've raised half of my kids so far to middle class spectrum. So I think that is an official win for America.
Nice. So that represents for you a different kind of heritage that not everybody shares. It's
Right.
something that's between you and your son. That's
Yep.
beautiful. Hold that up for the camera one last time, sir. I'm going to get a beautiful thumbnail out of this.
Let's see.
There we go. Yep, get that beautiful mug in there. Oh, yeah, that works. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now, thank you for sharing that, sir. Bam, and we're back. Yeah, and like, who knows what it would actually go for, but like, it's kind of like I was sharing earlier, and I reviewed it earlier, this knife that my daughter gave to me when she was 5. And it says that on the clip right there. I love you, Daddy. And then on the blade, I'm going to cover it because it has your name on it. On the blade, it says, love always. And it's one of those things that, like, when I pull it out, like, because, yeah, she's growing into a young woman now. And I just think back when she was just that little girl. And, like, so this is, it's strange, the things that bring back memories. Like,
yeah, that's what it is, really. It's not really the sword that really matters. Like, I can't use it for it. I'm not gonna stop an intruder with the sword. I'm gonna get the gun, right? Like, I don't care about the sword. To answer this person in chat, Mr. Bill, did he get it from a part of some battalion? No, this was ordered online from a company that makes what do you call it? Family crest items, right? Like I said, you get the entire like package. You get this picture, like you can see how old it is. Like the paper is browning and folding on the back. This is pretty. I mean, it's not that old. It's 20-something years old. But you get the family crest, you get the family sword, you get the whole thing. None of this was part of the military. He bought this online and handpicked out what he wanted. Just so you guys know.
Okay.
Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation Knife Reviews. Just like so many of you folks, I am on the never-ending journey to find that perfect blade. We're going to grade every blade on a 5-star scale as a tool, as a self-defense implement, and as a knife overall. Also, would we replace this knife if we lost it, and should you add it to your collection? Most important of all, without further ado, let's get to this knife review.
Hello everybody, this is Tony fucking G. Welcome to the KOE Nation for another knife review. This is a Kershaw that one Phil K.O.E. gave to me. Now, this is pretty similar to the knife that I was carrying before, which was a Smith & Wesson Extreme Ops. As you can see here, very simple, opens up. First off the bat, no, that is not by design. That is a crack in the knife, and a piece has literally fallen out. So the big difference here and what I'm used to is this did not have a saw blade ridged portion of the blade, whereas this one did. All right. So you only had a smooth part here and a rigid part in the bottom. This has only the smooth part. All right. Got to tell you, I really missed the rigid area of the blade because I needed that specifically in my line of work. I do a lot of cutting of electrical tape, column pipe tape. It's what we use to hang electrical cords to pipe inside of a submersed well. So you typically need something more like a utility knife with a very sharp direct blade to cut that stuff, and this just frankly didn't quite do it. So this knife has not worked great for me. And I'll be honest, everybody I've handed this knife to at work has pretty much hated it. Most people are carrying a utility knife anyway, though. This just doesn't, like, out of the box, when you first get it, this is not a super sharp knife. Now, you could take it and you could sharpen it and make it a lot more useful in this regard, but I feel like a brand new knife should come a lot sharper than this. Like, even the tip is, I don't know, it's just not nearly as sharp as I expected it to be. In terms of weight, it's a little heavier than what I was used to, which was nice, but the blade quality, I got to tell you, like, I'm not impressed. It's fine thickness, it's a fine weight, like I said, but the durability, like, I was literally just using this as a scraping device to scrape filth and grime and buildup off of a oil tube inside of a well pipe, and it literally looked like when you go to a Euro place and they carve the meat right off that spindle. That's what I was doing, and I did that, and it was filthy. And I set it down on the cement pad, and it must have hit the cement pad just right, and it knocked a piece out of the blade. Like, that shouldn't happen. I'm pretty disappointed overall in the durability. The handle, the blade being connected to that's held up really nice, but I'll be frank, I've had this knife for probably a couple of months, maybe 3 months now. You'd think you get a lot longer out of it. So I'm a little disappointed. I like the handle a lot. I like that you could add a little keychain holder type device there if you wanted to. But I don't know. It's missing. There's definitely improvements that can be made to the Kershaw here. So as a knife, I'm going to give this a 3.25. This is a pretty basic, standard, diverse type knife. You could do plenty with this. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with this other than people like me who are going to be using the ever-living piss out of it and beating the piss out of it. Like this, I don't know. Doesn't quite measure up. I need a little more. As a tool, I'm going to give this 1.75. Like, obviously, you're not going to use this as a screwdriver in a pinch. It's just not going to hold up. That blade, that tip, it's going to snap right off. Even using it as a scraping device, again, look at that. I don't know. Pretty disappointed in the tool aspect. As a self-defense tool, I think that's where this shines. Because when it was clean, even while it's filthy with grime, this does open and closes pretty easily in terms of a flip open blade like this. It's got a nice, easy piece to flip that open. I really like that, and the release works pretty well. So as a self-defense tool, I would give this 4. I'm going to give this 4. I think it works very well for that because, yeah, the pointed edge, just fine. Again, you could sharpen this up, and it would probably even, I could go up in a grade with this because it would be very good for that use. But yeah, overall, there's a lot of improvements that the Kershaw could make to this specific knife. Not in love with it. I don't hate it. It's not the knife for me. It's not my everyday carry. So this was Tony G reviewing the Kershaw knife.
Thank you much indeed, Tony G.
Welcome, one.
Let's give that just a second there. So how we doing, folks? Excuse me. My professionalism is just top-notch tonight. So, all you beautiful people, my computer's practically screaming. Let's turn you down. There we go. That's better. So how are we doing this evening, all you beautiful people? I'm just curious, just checking in with all y'all. We're going to get into another quick review here of another blade that I'm really happy with. Yes, folks, you have indeed arrived here at the K.O.E Nation for this review of the Cold Steel Outdoorsman Light. Yeah, check that bad boy out. Ooh, that's a shine, ain't it? That's almost movie shine. Folks, I am your King of Extreme Phil, K.O.E, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other. Oh, that's beautiful. Podcast Cower. And you have found me here at KOE Nation on YouTube, but you can also find me on TikTok, Twitch, and Twitter-X, all KOE Nation, all very on brand. And this, folks, is my review of the Cold Steel Outdoorsman Light. So this is German 4116 steel made in Taiwan. Yes, Cold Steel is known for not wanting to do any business with China if they can at all help it. Now, there's some of their really low end stuff, like I'm not going to call it that, but inexpensive stuff. Some of that comes from China, but this is good Taiwanese steel. Now, this, I remember getting it for about 31 bucks about a year and a half ago. It's got a plastic sheath. It really kind of reminds me of a fillet knife you'd use to gut fish. It's just a little more heavy duty than that. Now on the back here, it does have, as you can see, a bone breaker. So you can break little bones on like fish or what have you. And it's got grooves here so you can really choke up on it and really do a lot of good work on this. So this one is quite the knife, and also it's a rubberized grip with a lot of, I don't know what you'd even call these, just a lot of little dots that are just extended out, and it makes for a very hard positive grip that if your hand is wet or greasy or what have you, or if you're like dealing with game and it's bloody, like blood's like grease. Okay. A lot of people like, so if you've got like a hand that's bloody from like preparing game, this won't slip out of your hand. So this is an excellent blade for all things game prep. And there's some other uses you could get out of this blade too. Let's be perfectly square, folks. Don't you hate it when that happens? So, folks, we're going to grade this on a couple of 5-star scales and a couple of questions. 5 meaning you have to have this knife before you shuffle off this mortal coil. 0 meaning pass it on by. The KOE Nation has advised you well. So we're going to grade this as a knife, as a tool, as a self-defense implement. Should you add this knife to your collection, and would I replace this knife if I were to lose it? So, as a knife overall, it really hits all the things you would need a knife to do. Really, like you can call on it for a lot of different things, a lot of different purposes. I mean, there's a lot of different ways you can grip this knife for a lot of different things that you could do with it. You can prepare a game. Like there's a lot of different ways to utilize this knife. So as a knife overall, I gotta give this 4.25. It's almost a 5-star knife. Okay, like it's a well thought out blade. It's a very well thought out blade. Now, as a tool, I'm gonna give this 4.5 stars, even higher grade. This bone breaker here on the back is real handy, and just an excellent sturdy knife that you can just feel this thing's going to hold up over time. Self-defense implements, you can get a full saber grip on it. It's a long blade. I forget what the exact stats are. I'll see if I can get them right over here for you. Goodness gracious. As a self-defense implement, I gotta give it, like, again, I pray you're never in said situation, but this is better than harsh words and stern looks. So I'd give it 4.25 because it's like I've always said, any fixed blade is never going to get under 2.5 stars in that, and then the length, and then just how well this is put together. 4.25, 4.25. Now, would I replace this knife if I were to lose it? Hard to say, because I think what I'm going to do with this, like this would go into like a tackle box or something like that. Or like if I'm going out to hunt game, this blade would come with me. So it's one that if I lose it, not the end of the world, but or if it gets broken for some reason, not the end of the world, but I'm going to be relying on it for some pretty heavy work. I think this is one I would replace if I were to lose it because it's got just enough utility. Should you add this to your collection as well? If you are somebody who does any kind of game preparation, does any kind of outdoor living, if you go fishing much, definitely. If you live in kind of an exclusively metropolitan setting, I don't know if this would be the knife for you. Unless you like to butcher your own meat and that kind of stuff, then yeah, sure, go for it. But like, definitely anybody that has a bit lower population density, that's where you live, this would be a knife for you, most certainly. So, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, that has been this indoor review of the Outdoorsman Light by Cold Steel. God bless all y'all. Travel well. Nice. I've been looking forward to getting a review of that one. I'm gonna have to see what Tony and Chicken make of this one because this is an interesting blade. It's certainly certainly one that you can do a lot with. Now, folks, I'm gonna leave it to you. I've got quite a few Cold Steel products down here I could review. I'm gonna let y'all decide by votes. Should it be the Cold Steel OSS double-sided dagger or the Cold Steel Raja 2? If I get any votes within the next couple of videos, we'll go from there. But folks, without further ado, we're going to get into Tony G's getting into Smith & Wesson versus Kershaw right effing now.
And all to the K.O.E. Nation Knife Reviews. Just like so many of you folks, I am on the never-ending journey to find that perfect blade. We're going to grade every blade on a 5-star scale as a tool, as a self-defense implement, and as a knife overall. Also, would we replace this knife if we lost it? And should you add it to your collection? Most important of all, without further ado, let's get to this knife review.
Hello again, I am Tony fucking G coming to you all at the K.O.E. Nation with a knife versus head-to-head matchup. So today I'm going to be going head-to-head with my old everyday carry and the one that Phil gave me to use as an everyday carry. I've got my Smith & Wesson Extreme Ops, which is extremely worn down, versus the Kershaw. Now, as you can see, very similar knives in terms of shape and size. Like these could be long lost cousins. I'm saying like the length, the design, the shape, it's all practically identical. Like there's not a lot of difference here in terms of aesthetics. Really not. Like, I don't know. You'd almost swear that these were cousins. Like, the big differences here, you could add a keychain holder to the Kershaw. This Smith & Wesson, not so much. The pocket clip on the Kershaw is probably a little better. I think that's going to be a lot tighter in my pocket. It probably has been. This is a little skinnier, and I don't think it's pretty tight too, but I think you get more gap there, and it's going to sit over top your inner pocket there a little better. Width of the handle, pretty much the same. The Smith & Wesson has a little bit in terms of length, but that's not going to be super important. The release valve on the Smith & Wesson is a little harder, a little more resistant to get your thumb on. The Kershaw does work a little nicer, honestly. But that could just be because it's newer. It's got less miles on it, believe it or not. Now, a little switch to flip the blade open is pretty much a wash. It looks like the Smith & Wesson's a little bit bigger, but I think the length overall, pretty much the same. Yeah. Now let's look at the blade. Width, pretty much the same. I would say the tip, well, let's look at the back of the blade, actually. You can see the Kershaw is a little more rounded, straight, very straight to the point. This has got a bit of a more, this has got a slant to it, which I kind of like aesthetically. The big difference here, I have had this Kershaw that Phil gave me for about 3 months, I would say. And you'll notice that's not by design. That is a massive chunk missing. I was using it the other day at work. I had it open. I was using it to scrape. I set it down apparently a little rough on a concrete slab, and that happened. Knocked a big chunk out of it. This Smith & Wesson Extreme Ops, I've had this for probably 3 years. One little missing chunk. I've used this to, stab, cut, shave. Like I've used this as a screwdriver. I've used the ever-living hell out of this knife. And one little chunk missing. And that's it. I think overall, this blade, it's not nearly as sturdy compared to this Kershaw. I think this is a little thicker, maybe a little heavier duty, but durability-wise, I gotta give it to the Smith & Wesson. I can't believe that this thing holds up as well. This is heavier, I think, just by a smidge. So this is kind of tough. It kind of depends on what you're using it for. So in terms of a knife overall, I really like the rigid edges on this. This works a lot nicer for me. This blade is extremely dull. I'd say in terms of sharpness for the blades when they both came as is, the Kershaw maybe been a little bit sharper, but it's been so long, I can't really say for sure. So as a knife, I guess I could give it to the Kershaw, but I'm not. I'm going to give it to the Smith & Wesson here, just because of the rigid edges. You're going to get one extra usage than you would here, because this is not a rigid edge, and I need that. In terms of a tool, again, for me, it comes down to the rigid edge. I need to cut a lot of tape at work, and this just does not hold up. I have to I really have to press in with the tip. And even then, it's not a clean cut. This, I can slice down to the rigid edge, and I can saw through that tape. So this works a little bit better. So already, that's 2 categories, Smith & Wesson. Is it going to be a wash as a self-defense tool? This is heavier, feels more durable. I could give it to the Kershaw. I think I might, just so it's not a complete blowout. But again, this looks a little nastier. And if you got to draw this quick, if this isn't something you use every day and you don't wear these things out, I mean, I think I'm going to give it to the Kershaw, because I feel like this is always opened a little bit nicer than this one. Yeah, I'll give it to the Kershaw as a self-defense tool. Yeah. So it is fairly close, but I'm pretty partial to this Smith & Wesson just because I've had it for so long. This is going to get the W here today. I still don't know that I would replace this once it's destroyed, because again, I kind of need more of a utility knife in my everyday work. But if I need to carry a blade such as this, I would probably opt for this one over the Kershaw. So that is my versus matchup, just by enough. Smith & Wesson Extreme Ops is your winner. I believe their price point's pretty similar anyway. So it really just comes down to, do you like black or gunmetal gray? And do you need a serrated edge? Because otherwise, they're pretty much the same knife. But I'm Tony G. Thanks for joining me here at the KOE Nation. Like, share, subscribe.
arrived at the K.O.E. Nation.
Yes, bro. Interestingly, Higo no Kami means the protector of Higo Prefecture, but it was similar to a letter opener. This is my review of the Japanese Higo no Kami, and I'm just curious what your thoughts are on my review. Please feel free to tell me where I just got something 1,000% wrong, and I will. Then my next Japanese blade video, I will mention.
Welcome one and all to the K.O.E. Nation knife reviews. Just like so many of you folks, I am on the never-ending journey to find that perfect blade. We're going to grade every blade on a 5-star scale as a tool, as a self-defense implement, and as a knife overall. Also, would we replace this knife if we lost it, and should you add it to your collection? Most important of all, without further ado, let's get to this knife review. Welcome one and all, folks, to the K.O.E. Nation Knife Review for a very, very special one indeed, the Japanese icon, the Higo no Kami. So, folks, I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes you the podcast cower. Please like, share, subscribe on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and now follow me on Twitter, folks. But this is my review of the iconic Higo no Kami. There we go, folks. So this is a Japanese knife. It's a tension folder, so it's just the tension that is basically keeping this knife from moving. So very, very basic design that came from the 1890s, actually. So this has been an unchanged design for well over 100 years. And as far as I'm aware, this is also an essential piece of Japanese school equipment for school children throughout a significant portion of the 20th century. This is how they would sharpen pencils, is with a Higo no Kami. So this particular piece of kit has been a well-known icon in the Japanese cutlery scene for, like I said, over a century. So the Higo no Kami, there's different varying sizes. This one I got kind of as a twofer. I got one for my daughter, and one I'm going to give to my mom for her birthday. So this video will be uploaded afterwards because my mom watches everything. So this will be uploaded after her birthday, obviously. So this is an interesting knife. This particular blade style I'm not too familiar with. This would be probably the first one I've ever had of this style, where in terms of how you would utilize it, like it is 100% a tool knife, just in every way you would utilize it. Now, I guess that means now would be the best time to get to the grading. For those who don't know, we grade on a 5-star scale. 5 meaning you have to have this knife before you shuffle off this mortal coil. 0 meaning pass it on by. The K.O.E. Nation has advised you well. So we're going to grade this as a tool, as a self-defense implement, as an overall knife, and whether you should add this knife to your collection, and whether I would replace this knife if I lost it. So, on a 5-star scale as a tool, I have to give this 3.5 stars. This is marvelous as a tool, and just like you need to have some whittling you need to do, if there's just some very fine work you need to do. Again, not to be construed sexual medical advice or legal advice for that matter, but like if a trained surgeon had to make do and like do a pinch grip up towards on the blade here, I imagine they could probably do something here. So something to keep in mind. I paid about $20 for it, so you really can't complain. And yeah, I could see using it for sharpening pencils. Open like the ultimate box opener right here. So you're going to be able to get into almost any package with this knife. Now we move on to self-defense implement. Okay. You have this that you could put your thumb on the back here, and you have one choil here that you can put a finger in, but other than that, your hand would slip up the knife. In terms of like maybe a slashing motion, but it wouldn't be very good. So this knife, in terms of a self-defense implement,
you would be better served with quite a few other knives. It's better than stern looks and harsh words, but I'm going to give this 175 as a self-defense implement. It's definitely not a first choice. There's a lot better things you could go with. But again, if you have to defend your life, it's better than, stern looks, anyways. So I'll give it that. In terms of an overall knife, I'm going to give this 2.5 stars. It's just right in the middle there, folks. It's just a perfect, just middle of the road knife for just all, like, you could open letters, you could cut hoagie buns open with this. There's a lot of things you could do with this that like, again, like the brass is antimicrobial, so yeah, keeping one of these in your kitchen probably wouldn't actually be a bad idea, honestly. Now this is going to be kind of interesting here. Should you add this to your collection? I would say yes, you should. If I were to lose this knife, would I seek another one? No, because there's other Higo made knives that I might explore before I get another Higo no Kami. And again, this is a gift for my daughter and one for my mother. So I would explore other Japanese made tension folders by Higo, and I've heard there's a couple other companies that make kind of like the Cadillac Higo. Now, yeah, these tension folders, you really gotta work it loose. I'm trying to get it loose before I give this one to my mom. But yeah, so I'm going to say, yes, you should add this to your collection. No, I'm not going to seek another one because I'd want to look into the bigger one, or I think there's even a mini. And so those I would look into before I would purchase another one of these. So, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us here at the KOE Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and Twitter as well, folks, for this very, very interesting review of Higo no Kami. God bless every last one of you. I hope all of you make it back here to the KOE Nation happy, healthy, much the wiser. God bless you. Travel well. Beautiful, beautiful. So that was my review of the Japanese Higo no Kami knife. So Desperado, was I? What did you make that? Let's see, Desperado. Not that I could see, but its function was meant for utility and not exactly. Like it's like that's one of those knives that you would be better off using it to whittle the end of a stick to be sharp than actually using that knife as a weapon. You'd be better off whittling the end of a sharp stick. Like, so it's just purely tool, which is why I like that's fascinating to me that there was a knife that was just standardized school equipment for over a century in Japan, which like I can only imagine like a deep loyalty, product loyalty for that particular. And funny enough, I've looked it up. That particular Higo knife is like one of the few blades you're allowed to actually carry in New York City. For its specific measurements, you're not allowed to have a lock on it. Like that's pretty much as much knife in New York City, anyways, that they want you to really be carrying. New York State's a little different. You can't have a lock on your knife if it's got only a 2-inch blade. So they're very restrictive there. But for some reason, the Higo no Kami, now I wonder if it's just because the function is so broad and because it's just purely utility, or I almost wonder, like, was there a large, like, what percentage of the population, or was there just a large enough population of people from Japan that were living in New York at the time? They're like, okay, like this is just such a common thing. Like, I really wonder what the let's see, because you can really stab with. You can, like, I would say you can't really, like, maybe you forgot to, because yeah, I mean, if you really fucking were dedicated, but like again, there's nothing but one tiny choil to stop your hand from slipping up, so it's not gonna. Like, yeah, there we go. I thought like you can't. That's because you can't really stab with it. No. I've done that before many a times. So I should have said shouldn't or should and did the opposite. Like, yeah. Stop the presses. We have the one, the only Lethe Water Kai here. How we doing this evening, sir? And he says you should be able to carry anything with a blade on it, including a cannon with a bayonet. I like it. I like it. I'm not sure what everybody's streaming policies is on guns. I'm on a lot of different platforms, but I got a couple of rifles that have bayonets, like Old Mosin Nagant, and actually a really nice Schmidt Rubin 1911, which fires 7.5 by 5.5 Swiss, which I used to get an 8-point buck with iron sights. I was pretty proud of that one. That one also came with the original bayonet. Lethe Water, how we doing this evening, sir? How we doing? Just enjoying life. This is kind of one of the few nights I've had to myself, if you will. The future Mrs. K.O.E. Went out to go see the new Twisters movie with her mom. I was working a little late, so I missed that. So I came home, decided, all right, I could either put my feet up or I could come stream with the beautiful K.O.E. Nation. And you can see what I chose. Now, how's life been treating you, sir? So Lethe, pleasure to see you, sir. And yeah, we'll have to get together for a discussion sometime on some things. And also you, sir, Mr. Blades himself, we need some reviews of your blades, okay? We need some reviews of your swords and what you use for martial arts equipment. Like this would be, okay, if you've seen Dune Part 2, this would be my right-handed blade for my Fade Rotha, Timothy Charlemagne final fight scene. The left-handed would be the Cold Steel Marauder, fully serrated blade, but that's coming a little later. So this one, though, you got to admit, if you're into Dune, with these little double hooks, it'd be perfect for the cold steel. The slow blade penetrates the shield when you need that extra leverage. You got to admit, I got something there. But yeah, Lethe, we need reviews of your swords and such. That's what we need. I had no idea how much we needed that. So, well, sir, I hope to hear from you soon. Let me just check something real quick, lag. All right, perfect. Now, folks, without further ado, let's finish off this particular. There's only like not even a minute left. Let's see what we got here. Like a minute and 20 seconds. Once or twice. What a handsome man. That's totally cool. But no, and that's kind of fascinating that one knife is so universally accepted in so many different places.
Well said.
And that was because there's a chance that some family of mine might go to New York City next year. That didn't happen. It's looking a little slimmer now, but there's still a chance. I was like, all right, this is about all they let you have in New York. But at least you can whittle a fucking sharp stick into something. If you find a piece of wood somewhere, you can whittle it into. Now, it's not exactly like Nebraska where you can find a stick all in different, pretty much wherever. And West Broad, interestingly, Higo no Kami means the protector of Higo Prefecture, but it was similar to a letter opener. Yeah, like my dad had a letter opener that like had a little sheath and everything that was made in Japan. That the blade looks almost exactly like a Higo no Kami blade, but it's a fixed blade, just letter opener. That's all it was. And so like when I saw it, it's like, wow, that looks a lot like my dad's letter opener. And so yeah, that and when we were kids, we would always play with it because it looked kind of like samurai sword, and like we're samurai. Yes, precious childhood memories. Let's see, what do we got here?
Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation Knife Reviews. Just like so many of you folks, I am on the never-ending journey to find that perfect blade. This is giving the story of how We're going to grade every blade on a 5-star scale as a tool, as a self-defense implement, and as a knife overall. Also, would we replace this knife if we lost it, and should you add it to your collection? Most important of all, without further ado, let's get to this knife review. And yes, you have indeed arrived here at the K.O.E. Nation. And I have to say, folks, rest in peace, Orshlands. Orscheln's Tractor Supply, Orscheln's Farm and Family is no more, folks, and it has now been replaced by Bumgarner's. But I saw the other day this Orscheln utility kit, and I figured this is going to be the last chance to ever get it. So for those who don't know, Orscheln was a mainstay in a handful of southern states and a handful of Midwestern states. If you were from a few states like Missouri, Nebraska, I think Alabama, couple like I said, just a handful of states. There's about 130 some odd locations nationwide. But like that sounds like it's got a lot of spread, but when you realize, like me out in Nebraska, I'm probably an hour and a half drive away from at least 4 or 5 of them. It was very concentrated on where their market was. But this was the Orscheln's Outdoor Utility Kit. And I figured, okay, this is literally going to be the last time in my life I'm ever going to have a chance to get my hands on an Orscheln's anything. So, like, yeah, it's one of those things. They were open since the 1960s, and they were just a Midwestern and a Southern mainstay throughout the United States. They kind of filled the same market niche as like a Tractor Supply, say, but just slightly different products and slightly different distribution. So without further ado, let's get into unboxing this. Now, what we got here is folding knife with 3.2-inch blade, multi-tool with sheath, and a flashlight. Requires 2 AA batteries, not included. So this is probably one of the last Orscheln's utility kits that will ever be sold in the great state of Nebraska. So let's start off with the flashlight. Let's get that out. It's great about a serrated blade. It's almost like a saw. Okay. Solid aluminum flashlight. Looks like it'll be good. Like, I don't see anything wrong with this. This will probably ride in my center console, truth be told. It's good. Good little flashlight. It says Orscheln right there, and hey, nothing wrong with that. Okay, let's get the sheath out. Boy, this plastic just cuts like butter compared to some other boxing. Like that Gerber boxing was actually kind of difficult to get into compared to this. Okay, interesting little nice black. I'm not sure if that's true leather or not. It doesn't. It smells leather-like, so probably not. Now, I'm probably not going to use this, honestly. Depending on how this particular multi-tool actually functions, it might just ride in my center console, but we'll see. Let's get into the conifer next. This is like a Navy vessel rescuing like a kayak, is what I would say. Okay. You know, it's got some hex drives on it. That's not a bad idea. I don't hate that. It doesn't... Okay, there's actually no pocket clip on this knife at all. That's fascinating. So, I mean, if no pocket clip is a thing for you, or you need that level of slimline carry, something to consider. The review of that blade will come a little later, but I don't hate the hex drives on it. I don't hate that. But as you can see, it says on the blade, Orscheln. Rest in peace, Orscheln. And then, last but not least, the multi-tool. The one I'm pretty curious about, truth be told. Oh. There we go. Could have ripped through that, but isn't that so uncivilized? Okay. We'll set the packaging aside there. So here on this multi-tool, we got spring-loaded pliers. That's not bad. You again got the hex drives, which not gonna complain about that. For multi-tools,
Got a saw. Got a file. Got a can opener. Got a little pry tool dash screwdriver, and that's one side. On the other side, got a regular knife. You got a Phillips head screwdriver. You got a saw blade, another saw blade, and a bottle opener. So this one doesn't come with scissors, it doesn't look like, but I don't, that's fine. So I can't complain here on this little multi-tool. It's, considering I paid $30 for the entire kit, I really can't complain too hard there, folks. So the soon-to-be coming review of all of these is coming down the pike, but keep your eyes on this space, folks.
So, folks, that has been this review of this Orscheln's multi-tool set, folks. We've got the multi-tool, we've got the flashlight, and we've got a knife right here for extreme utility use, folks. I will be sure to let you know what I make of all of these in the eventual K.O.E. Nation review. But until then, folks, all that being said, thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. God bless every last one of you. I hope all of you make it back here happy, healthy, much the wiser, and rest in peace, Orschelns. You served us well. God bless. Travel well. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation Knife Reviews. Just like so many of you folks, I am on the never-ending journey to find that perfect blade. We're going to grade every blade on a 5-star scale as a tool, as a self-defense implement, and as a knife overall. Also, would we replace this knife if we lost it, and should you add it to your collection? Most important of all, without further ado, let's get to this knife review.
And you have indeed arrived here at the K.O.E. Nation for a very special impromptu review of, well, not your grandpappy's boot knife. The true keychain knife. This has been laced into my boot for the better part of a month now. I've gone to the state fair. I've gone nature hiking with this. I've been working in the mill on construction projects with this, just laced into my boots this whole time. Here's the stats.
Oh, no. Oh, Phil, stop. You shouldn't have. I must say, from one dashingly handsome outlaw to another. I mean, what can I say? We are two dapper gentlemen. Yes, so here is all the information for the true modern keychain knife. The handle is gunmetal. It's made out of anodized aluminum. The finish is black oxide. The lock is slip joint. The blade is 8CR13 MOV. The shape is clip point, and the feature built-in carabiner. We're calling this a carabiner. Carbinger. That. Now I just use it to, as you can see, strapped to my bootlace, but I wanted to see something. It's time to experiment here, folks. Fat Tire Ale. Can this open a bottle? I'm skeptical, but I'm going to try. Let's see. It's already difficult. I'm trying to... Oh! Oh, you saw it here, folks. It's also a multi-tool. Well, back to you, Phil.
And there it is opening. As you can see, not very one-handed.
So yeah, folks, I've actually had this true knife, little keychain knife. been rocking on my boot for, I don't know, better part of a week. It's beautiful out here. A little in between season discing. But yeah, it's been riding on my steel toe boot for a little over a week, and it stayed put the whole time. Can't complain in that regard, anyhow. Well, got to get around these hay bales.
But hey, folks, actually, I got to get going. My ride's here.
Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation Knife Reviews. Just like so many of you folks, I am on the never-ending journey to find that perfect blade. We're going to grade every blade on a 5-star scale as a tool, as a self-defense implement, and as a knife overall. Also, would we replace this knife if we lost it, and should you add it to your collection? Most important of all, without further ado, let's get to this knife review. And you have indeed arrived here at the K.O.E. Nation for this multi-tool unboxing of the Gerber Dual Force, folks. This is a 12-in-1 multi-tool, and it's pretty much the most heavy-duty pliers like these you're going to find on the market. So I'm looking forward to getting into this, folks. I am, of course, your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes it the podcast K.O.E., and you can obviously, of course, clearly find me at K.O.E. Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and now Twitter X as well, folks. And to say I've been looking forward to getting into this one would be a bit of an understatement. Oh, boy. So, without further ado, let's, first we got 2-position slip lock jaw, more force, stronger jaw construction, and a center axis bit drive, like it shows there on the box. That's going to be interesting. 12 tools, butterfly opening, onboard components, locking tools, and a sheath made by Gerber. The 12 tools that it has is blunt nose pliers, small fastener pliers, large fastener pliers, wire cutter, wire stripper, 2-position slip lock jaw, center axis bit driver and Phillips bit, 3.25 fine edge blade saw, ruler inch and centimeter, 3-sided file, chisel edge, and it's got a lanyard hole, number 2 cross driver bit, number 2 flathead bit, and a 1 cross driver bit. And it says here on the back, for tough jobs, it's often easier to head back to the toolbox for a proper set of pliers. Until now. The Dual Force isn't your average multi-tool, boasting layered construction to provide 2 times the jaw strength and 2 times the force to manhandle any task put in front of it. The adjustable 2-position slip joint jaw and extra large teeth grasp firmly onto a variety of fasteners and apply unparalleled control. Additional features include a center axis bit drive, plain edge knife blade, fine coarse file saw, and additional bit storage. Interesting. So, without further ado, let's get right into the unboxing of this.
So, opening with the cold steel Spartan, as you can see. It's like the George Carlin bit about how you need a knife to get into a knife now, which is very true, because that's just kind of the world we live in now, unfortunately. All right. All righty. It's out of the packaging. I'll set that aside. Okay. You can see you got some fine pliers here. Interesting.
Hey, Zig, how you
This
doing?
is the thing I was most
Been a
curious
minute.
about was this screwdriver drive, because as you can see, the idea is that it will stay centered as you spin the entire tool, which that's fascinating. That's fascinating. And okay, I'm going to have to get into this a little bit more, but I am looking forward to using this on the job tomorrow. Okay, there's your standard knife blade. Excellent, excellent. Nothing wrong with that. This is impressive. This is impressive. Okay, now I see where the extra bits are stored. That's handy. That is handy. I keep wanting to take it over here for some reason when the lens is over here. So there's your extra bit storage. Nice. Nice. Let's see over here. Saw blade. Impressivo, I must say. Let's see. We already saw that blade. Saw that. Let's see. What do we got over here? Ah, we got your file, and it looks like your pry tool. That will definitely be handy in more than one situation. And then all these different features to these lockback pliers. Like that. See, there you go. That is gonna be impressive. Oh.
Okay, like, I am. I gotta say, first impressions, folks, of this particular tool are all positive. I am going to put this bad boy through the ringer and put it through its rounds on the farm, and I will let you know what the overall rating and the overall review of this is going to be. But I gotta say, on first impressions, I can tell this thing's got some heft. I got no trepidation at all taking this out to the farm and using this for just about any kind of task. And I know there's more tools on here that I haven't found yet. And I know somebody in the comments going to be like, oh, Phil, you forgot to show that. I'm just getting into it right now, and I'm looking forward to getting into it further in the coming days and weeks. But yeah, I'm putting this on my belt tomorrow, and I will let you all know what I make of it. So let's see how she fits into this bad boy there. Yep, and tomorrow it's going to ride on my belt, and we're going to see how it works throughout the week, folks. And I'm also planning on letting another very popular YouTuber by the name of Grow the Farm Up. I might let him borrow this for like a week and see what he makes of it. So, folks, all that being said, that was this unboxing video of the Gerber. Excellent, excellent multi-tool pliers, folks. Oh, I'm looking forward to getting into these tomorrow. God bless every last one of you, folks. All that being said, thank you for joining me. God bless. Travel well.
I'm just going to go ahead and say those are awesome. Like, yeah, those are a definite recommend. Those are excellent. Excellent. They're actually slip joint pliers. Okay? That's why they're truly actually worth getting. So I know I just kind of like it because it's really kind of cool, but definitely worth worth a get. This is Tony's take on what I called the ultimate grandma EDC.
Blade.
He was
We're
not
going to
as
grade
impressed.
every blade on a 5-star scale as a tool, as a self-defense implement, and as a knife overall. Also, would we replace this knife if we lost it, and should you add it to your collection? Most important of all, without further ado, let's get to this knife review.
Hey everybody, Tony fucking G here, coming at you with another knife review for the K.O.E Nation. And today I will be reviewing the True pocket knife. You can see here I have been, well, here's your logo. I have been using this pretty roughly for the past, let's say 2 months. This is just a simple flip out knife, such as that, with a quick release right there. And that's part of the review we'll get to. But it also has another tool on the back, a small pair of scissors, which we will also get to. So, as you can see, the flick out, I've used this pretty much multiple days a week, every day, let's say. You can see how worn out this already has become. I do like the blade shape. It's kind of different. It's kind of unique. It's got a really fine point, but this is insanely dull. Like, I'm telling you, this is out of the box. This is the most dull knife I've ever owned. I'm not a fan. And just Friday, I believe, a couple days ago, my little pocket latch, for no reason, just flew off. So that's not very well made either. Honestly, the blade itself, it's a little thin. It's not bad. It's just so dull. I like the shape. It's just so dull. Really, to be honest, the scissors I've found more useful than the blade. So I work in city well maintenance. You can see the entire, pulled it out. And we put test pumps into the well. So we put tape on our test pumps to hold the cord up as we drop it down into the well. And when we pull it back out, we've got to cut the tape. This does not do a good job of that. Like I said, super dull. But if I needed to snip something, I found the scissors were pretty useful. So it has its ups and downs. So how would I rate this as a tool? Let's start there. As a tool, I'm going to say 2.75. Because your main function of a knife is to cut. This does not do a great job of that. If it didn't have the scissors, I would probably go 1.5. But the scissors save it in that regard. As a self-defense weapon, look how thick this is. It's like, if you're going to throw this at somebody, great self-defense mechanism. Flicks out easy enough. So I'll give it another 2.75. It's just so bulky. Like, in your pocket, look how thick this thing is. It's actually pretty uncomfortable to keep in your pocket. As a knife overall, I'm going to give this a 2.25. It's cheap enough. It's fine. It's just, there's definitely better out there. Unless you want a knife with a pair of scissors, this is a good pair of scissors. And you want to spend your time sharpening this thing down to the nub because it's so dull. So yeah, not my favorite knife. I would recommend it for someone who needs a pair of scissors on their knife. And that's about the only time I would ever recommend it. Again, I like the blade, just wish it was sharper. So that was my review of the True pocket knife that unfortunately did not live up to expectations. But thank you for watching, and I will catch you next time.
all to the K.O.E Nation Knife Reviews. Just like so many of you folks, I am on the never-ending journey to find that perfect blade. We're going to grade every blade on a 5-star scale as a tool, as a self-defense implement, and as a knife overall. Also, would we replace this knife if we lost it, and should you add it to your collection? Most important of all, without further ado, let's get to this knife review.
Hey folks, Chicken here. Phil's doing some knife reviews, so I guess I'll participate. What I have, this has kind of been my handy dandy little tool. It's called the Kershaw Brawler. Not serrated. It is nice little heavyweight. It does have that classic Kershaw quick release. So got the little finger nab there. You can easily flip that bad boy up. You can still get her closed with one hand. However, what I dislike is when you see I go to close this, I have to give a little assist from my thumb because it's spring loaded. Only problem I have with it. Otherwise, for shit, like a $20, $30 knife, this thing's sharp as shit, out of the box, good to go. And I'm out here, I'm gardening, and this is perfect for a lot of what I'm doing out here, cutting zucchini and squash, and yeah, that's really all I need it for. And little cuts on little things here and there. I don't use it heavy. I don't chop with. I don't get anything heavy duty. For like, that's my everyday use. Keep it nice little pocket assist. I do love that you can switch this from top to bottom and on left to right. So fully adjustable clip depending on how you like to pull it out of your pocket. So if you're all paranoid self-defense mode, you can, switch around. This isn't your typical way you'd want it because this is not very, I guess it's kind of handy, but I'm not sure if that's how I'd want it for self-defense use, but it works just as well for me. I don't know. I live out in the middle of nowhere. I ain't worried about fuckers. So anyway, Kershaw, not a bad knife. Pretty cheap, good opening. I think it's a good opening knife. Really good grips. I think it's like supposed to be like some fiberglass grip, but it does have a nice little handle around your finger, nice little thumb groove. You can do some heavy duty cutting if you needed to. I wish it was serrated. I love this. I love the weight of this knife. I love the build of this knife. I just wish it had a little bit of serration on the blade, but hey, whatever. It still does what I need it to. Anyway, see ya.
Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E Nation Knife Reviews. Just like so many of you folks, I am on the never-ending journey to find that perfect blade. We're going to grade every blade on a 5-star scale as a tool, as a self-defense implement, and as a knife overall. Also, would we replace this knife if we lost it, and should you add it to your collection? Most important of all, without further ado, let's get to this knife review.
Here at the K.O.E Nation, we have the Cold Steel 1911. Excellent little blade. Excellent. Just everything about this is a great knife. The 1911 is an excellent cold steel knife. It's got a very short blade. In fact, all the specs I'm going to play for you here.
And let's get into the specs here for the Cold Steel 1911. We got 4116 stainless steel blade with flipper assist open. It's awesome. The lock secondary safety mechanism. Also, just for folks who need a fidget, that works well. Griv X textured handle. Sure, you can call it pretty much anything. Pocket clip, all steel. Not bad. The weight is 3.1 ounces. The blade length is 3 inches. The blade thickness is 3.4 millimeters. The handle length is 4 inches. The overall length is 7 inches. So interesting specs. Everything's very even on the Cold Steel 1911. So interesting knife. But hey, folks, them's the specs. Back to you.
There you go, folks. There you go. Those are the specs to the Cold Steel 1911. Now, to be honest with you, I think this is the ultimate fidget knife because there's no springs here. Okay, there's no spring assist, but the action is just so smooth that just hardly any little pressure at all. But like as you can see, there's no spring assisting it. It's just a very smooth action, and the handle is trying to emulate that of a Springfield 1911, which I nothing but appreciate. So finally, even knife guys can be like, I got that 1911 grip. It's also another ultimate fidget knife because this is a lock, but it's just a great little clicker. Like if you're one of those people that needs to fidget with something, you could just fidget because this lock, all it does is stop the blade from going back down. It actually does not stop the blade from going back up. It doesn't stop the blade from opening in any way. So the lock blade from coming back down, it just keeps this liner lock in place a little bit better. So it's not the most useful thing, to be totally square with you. I forget exactly what I think I paid about like $43 for this particular blade, which is a little pricey in a lot of instances, but this is a good Taiwanese made blade. Even it's 4116 stainless, but still it's kind of my ultimate box opener blade. Now, we're going to grade this on a couple of 5-star scales. 5 meaning you have to have this blade before you shuffle off this mortal coil. 0 meaning pass it on by. The K.O.E Nation has advised you well. We're going to grade this as a tool, as a self-defense implement, as a knife overall. Would I replace this knife if I were to lose it, and should you add it to your collection? As a self-defense implement, it's not really this thing's design. I like the fact that the flipping implement even kind of has, it's reminiscent of a 1911 trigger here. Like if you're a 1911 lover, this is a knife you need. As a self-defense implement, I mean, as much use as this short blade could be, I suppose. Like I always say, it's better than harsh words and stern looks, but that's not what this is designed for. That is not this particular blade's intent. But like I always say, like I always look at the idea of like a mountain lion, if that were to attack you, because that's an animal that's very deadly to human beings, but there have been instances where humans have been able to defend themselves against one with their bare hands. So that's an instance where a force multiplier, like, so in those instances, any blade on you, like when a wild animal such as that is attacking you, this is a huge up, okay? Because we're a tool using species, we need tools to survive. So as a self-defense implement, though, I'm going to give this 2.25. So it's not quite middle of the road for self-defense because that's not this thing's purpose. As a tool, I'm going to give this 3 stars because this is just the perfect length for all like office work, like package opening, box opening, like I'm going to demonstrate here in a bit. This is my ultimate box opening knife here. Now, if I were to lose it, would I replace it? Yeah, like this is just my box opener. And there's been times I've just done that before. Like sometimes, like there are people who literally buy knives just to kind of fidget with them. This would be the ultimate fidget knife because this you can do just, it's just kind of fun to do. As much as I hate to say, it's just fun to do. So I could see just having a lot of fun with this. But as a tool, yeah, 3 stars. As an overall knife, I'm going to stick with 3 because it's utility and it's got a kind of a fun factor, which isn't really well known. But I'm also going to use this knife
and we're going to demonstrate it as a box opener. We're going to use Cold Steel 1911 to open this bad boy. Oh, wow. That just went through like a hot knife through butter. Whoa. Like, be careful with this bad boy. Wow. That just was efficient. Wow. Like, that was like lightsaber fast. Just zoom. So, yeah. The Cold Steel 1911, I would definitely recommend to your collection for any kind of box opening. And that was this review, Cold Steel 1911. And you can, of course, find me at K.O.E Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and Twitter, folks. God bless all y'all. Travel well.
You have arrived at the K.O.E Nation. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E Nation for my concept review of the multi-tool watch. Yes, folks. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E Nation. Before it is I, folks, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast hour, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, the lord of the Scottish Highlands. One damn handsome man, if I do say so myself. You can, of course, find me at K.O.E Nation, like it says right down there. K.O.E Nation on YouTube, K.O.E Nation on TikTok, K.O.E Nation on Twitch, and K.O.E Nation on Twitter-X as well, folks. All very on brand. But you're here for my review of this particular product and also the concept of it. Because there's a lot of different companies that make these. There's this one I got on Amazon for about $29. I couldn't tell you the company exactly, but what these are is a wristband with a bunch of different tools on it. Now you're wondering, like, why would you want this? Travel. Because think about it. When you hop on a plane and you go somewhere else, you don't have your tools with you. You ain't got nothing. But with this, you at least got some tools with you. Now, you're wondering, well, can you take this on an airplane? I will say this. I took this very wristband with all these tools, and I will get into all these tools here later, with me to Orlando International Airport from Omaha Eppley Airfield. Okay? So Eppley Airfield got through airport security. They just kind of like, yeah, whatever. And apparently they've seen these before. And I figured, okay, so I got it to Orlando. Now, am I going to get it back to Omaha? That's a different issue entirely. Well, to my shock, went right through. And I was able to wear this onto the airplane, okay? So I had a little thing to kind of fidget and play with while I was on the airplane, which is huge. You'd think that's not huge, but that's huge. Now, there's all these different hex drives. There's all these different tools, which we're going to get into in a minute, but I remember the whole way to the airport, my dad's like, that thing's going to get confiscated, going to cause a big issue. And when we were standing past the TSA security checkpoint, I was wearing this like, let it just be stated that I was right. I was right. Now, K.O.E Nation, you know how much I hate to say I told you so. You know I am humble in victory. Phil, humble in victory, K.O.E, they'll call me. Okay? That's kind of a noted personality trait. So I was like, you know, Dad, how much I hate to say I told you so, but I fucking told you so. And so now the thing is, this actually did come in handy because in Orlando, my nephew got a lightsaber, but they needed to get batteries into it. Nobody had a screwdriver. Well, Uncle Phil came to the rescue. Okay, check that out. Screwdriver. So we're going to get into the tools here now because it's actually all listed here on the back, what all of the tools are, which is actually pretty handy. Now, it's kind of hard to read them, but we'll get there. So what we got here for tools, folks, is we have
link 6, which has a 1/4 screwdriver drive and a 15/16 screwdriver drive, and a 3/8 hex drive. So there you go. 2 different wide screwdriver drives and a 3/8 hex drive. Not bad. Then we've got a 3/16 hex drive, and then a couple of Allen wrench heads at 2 different sizes. Let's see what we got here. For sizes, we have 1/8 and 3/32. To our European friends across the pond, this all makes sense. I promise you. I promise you. And then the last link, we've got a, let's see, 8 millimeter hex drive, a 4 millimeter, and a 9 millimeter Allen wrench drive. So we've got your standard and metrics, which are actually nice to have. Now you've got 2 different Phillips heads and a very tiny little hex drive. Let's see what that says there. And that's a 6 millimeter. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Now, going on down the line, we've got these 2 very small flat heads, which do get a lot of mileage, I will say. Like, those are 2 very essential tools on here. And with any of the tools, you can get it so you can get kind of a pinch grip on all of them. Excellent, excellent stuff. So that's, and then a couple interesting ones here. They call this little thing a scribe, so you can like sort of scratch into things. And then this, I actually did get some use out of, box opener. That's now a box opener and a pick. Let's see if you can see it behind, there you go. Very tiny little pick there. And that is a thing that you can open packages. Interesting. And then there's, right there, bottle opener. So this is actually a great concept. It's a great thing to have with you, and it'll be a lifesaver in travel. So in terms of a tool, I'm going to give this, this is going to sound a little over the top, but I'm going to give the concept and this one in particular 5 stars. Because we're a tool using species, and this is one of the few ways that you can keep tools on you everywhere you go in God's creation. Like I told my nephew, hey, we're a tool using species. Without our tools, we die. This was a lesson to you. And yeah, so in terms of that regard, 5 stars a tool because it actually lets you keep tools on you when you go places. In terms of, would I replace this if I were to lose it? Absolutely. Should you get yourself a multi-tool watch so you can use it anywhere in God's creation? Yes, you should. Not to be construed as actual legal advice. I always got to throw that one in there. Sorry, in the world we live in, got to throw that one in there. But your mileage may vary, and sometimes it's just up to discretion. And if the TSA agent you're talking to that day woke up on the wrong side of the bed that morning, they might confiscate. I don't know. But from everything I've seen, they're A-okay with these things. And this will be able to get you where you need to go, having a couple of tools on you. Now, I took one link off of here because I didn't feel I needed, and it just made it fit a little. Now, I left it a little loose because I want to keep as many tools as possible, but I want it to also fit properly. The one link I took off had oxygen tank adjusters. So if that's something that you need, now the reason I took it off is because the thing that was basically the oxygen tank adjuster also measured within that hex drive. So I think if I needed to, I could use that to adjust someone's oxygen tank if they were like in desperate need of it. But this definitely a must for the traveler on the go that needs to keep a tool or 2 on you. So yes, I would definitely recommend getting it. So folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us for this KOE Nation review of the multi-tool watch. God bless every last one of you. I hope all of you make it back here to the KOE Nation. Happy, healthy, much the wiser. God bless all y'all. Travel well. And we will get deeper into that here real shortly, folks. How are we doing? Now, I got to say, I got somebody in my comments right now trying to drop links. Unfortunately, they don't let you drop links on like Twitch and stuff like that. But I got to say, I respect the hustle. I respect the hustle. Okay? God bless. God bless. You know, you can see what country I'm like. I'll give you a guess what country I'm streaming out of. But yes, bam! Full screen again to your King of Extreme. And we're going to review something that's kind of stupid, actually. This is another one of those really dumb purchases on Amazon. This is another, well, folks, you have indeed arrived here at the KOE Nation for a very interesting review of the Defender Extreme Karambit knife, or Defender Extreme Karambit axe, rather. Yes, the Defender Extreme Karambit axe. I can't believe I'm saying that in those words. I am your King of Extreme, Phil KOE, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower. And this is a more of a public service announcement about why you shouldn't Amazon past 2 a.m. Okay? You should be asleep. You shouldn't be up on Amazon.com. And this is a public service announcement about this. This is the Defender Extreme. I promise you it is neither. Okay, this is from Crafted in China, 3 CR13 steel. So here you go. This is one side. It says Defender Extreme. On the other side, a little bit of China information. This I don't even know what to make of, because the problem is you can't swing it like a karambit, because when you go to catch, well, what do you know? At least your pinky's getting caught on the blade. So you got to like bend your hand unnaturally. So you don't swing it like a standard karambit at all. If you try to swing it like this, it's not going to work and you're not going to catch it properly. So this is not something you're going to swing at all. And in terms of purpose, I don't really know. I feel like this was a piece of scrap steel at a factory that just happened to be pretty close to this shape, and so they went with it. So I got to give credit on the ingenuity. But yeah, because like literally you can see 2 fingers go in there, and so you kind of get a unique grip, but so what? It's not like there's much you can do with this. So, because the problem is, like, it's not a self-defense blade at all. Like, what are you talking about? You can't really do much tool work with it, and it's not even like kitchen. You can't like chop, carrots and celery with it because the blade is curved like an axe. So I literally feel like whoever made this, they found some steel blanks that were pretty close to this shape, and they just made the best of a bad situation. And it got my $11 because that's what I recall this cost. I think it's somewhere around $9 to $11 on Amazon. Again, this is a public service announcement about why you shouldn't Amazon at 2 a.m. But okay, unfortunately, we're getting to a part that I don't even know what to say. The grading, we're going to grade this on a couple of 5-star scales. 5 meaning you have to have it before you shuffle off this mortal coil. 0 meaning pass it on by. The KOE Nation has advised you well. We're going to grade this as an axe. We're going to grade this as a tool. Would I replace this if I were to lose it? And should you add it to your collection as well? Okay. Now, I do apologize to the manufacturer here because some people did put, like, the thing is, it's actually kind of well made is the weird part, is like, it's actually kind of comfortable in the hand. Like here, it's actually ground over. Like I'm trying to give it some praise here before, and the handle is well rounded, and so it's a bizarre little thing. Okay, but looking at it in my hand, what do you use it for? If you've got a use for this, let me know in the comments, and I'll sing its praises in another video. But you got to admit, this looks a little awkward in the hand, and like there's not much you can use for it. Like I don't know, like I'm kind of racking my mind, and it's called the Defender Extreme. No, you're not like you're not grabbing this to defend yourself, okay? Like right here, I got a cold steel fish cutting knife, okay? Yeah. No. See the difference here. So this is for that person in your life that purchases samurai swords in malls. No, they're not katanas. Don't call them that. Stop it. But they'll purchase spoon metal swords out of shopping malls and strip malls. This is a great gift for that person. So, like, hey, you know, the manufacturer of this, I found a use. All right, give me credit there. It's a gift for that very special nerd in your life. Like, all right, let him think he's got something cool and like, ooh, it's a Defender. But, you know, he's not doing too much damage with this. Like this is okay. This is better. I always say it's better than sharp words and stern looks. Don't get me wrong. Okay. Like you throw a boxing. Okay. There. If you utilize boxing techniques, I suppose there's some self-defense value there, but it's very slim. Okay, like I still wouldn't utilize this in my first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th, or 20th pick. Okay, but there, I found something. Interesting. But as an axe half star, this is not splitting wood, really. This is like, I mean, maybe little twigs, but no. As a tool, 1.75. As a self-defense implement, 0.25. Like, okay, I'll give it a half a star. Okay. It doesn't even get 1 star, but I'll give it a half star because I just realized, you know, like using it in like boxing. But even then, when you come back for defense, you got this blade, right? Like, no, it's not. No, just no. Okay. That's all I'm going to say is no. So, should you add this to your collection? No, but this is a good gift. Okay. Would I seek out another one if I were to lose it? Probably not. But hey, to thine own self, I must be true. And, you know, hey, I found a use for it after I gave it enough time. Okay. It's sort of like the Charlie Brown Christmas tree and the It's Christmas Charlie Brown. It just needs some tender love and care. Yeah, that's it. Well, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us for this review of the Defender Extreme Axe. Goodness gracious. God bless all y'all, folks. I hope all of you make it back here to the K.O.E Nation happy, healthy, much the wiser. God bless all you. Travel well. This is silly. This, again, it's a public service announcement why you don't Amazon at 2 a.m, people. Okay, that's what this is. Now, what do we got coming up here now, folks?
You have arrived at the K.O.E Nation. So you have indeed arrived here for this box opening review of the true utility knife, the Scarab Pocket Multi-Tool, 7-in-1 tools. And folks, it is I, your King of Extreme, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, the lord of the Scottish Highlands. One handsome man, if I do say so myself. And you have arrived here at the K.O.E Nation for this box opening review of the True Knife Scarab. This is 7 tools in 1. According to the box, it is high grade 420 steel, stainless steel even.
spring-loaded pliers, Phillips screwdriver, flathead screwdriver, non-locking knife, which is huge for some people, wire cutter, nail file, nail cleaner. That's huge because in some states, or specifically New York City, you can't have a locking knife on you. Now, not to be construed as actual legal advice, but that might actually make this allowed in a lot more places. So let's get right into this. And of course, the Spyderco Harpy as the opener for this particular bad boy. Ooh, that was... Oh, that's a smooth cut. That was a smooth, clean cut. Now, what I do like about this is it also includes a little key ring. Yeah, right there. It even says here on the back of the box, free key ring, which is nice. And on the key ring, it says, let's see, what goes around comes back around. And on the other side, nothing. But yeah, it's got these weird little things written on it. What comes around, what goes around. Like, yeah. But hey, free key ring. Free is always nice. So I like the fact that True Knife is, throwing in a little bonus. They did not have to do that. And now we have the tool. Now, anything else worth noting here on the box before this is set aside? Alliance Consumer Group out of Roanoke, Texas. Roanoke. ROADROANOKE, no space, in Texas. So, all righty, there we go. Let's set this aside for a moment. We'll get back into that. Now, this little True utility tool. So, some of you have probably seen things similar to this, where it's just a tiny little multi-tool. But let's see how it looks. So, okay, that flips. You got to get the little key thing out of the way, but can't begrudge. All right, so that flips down like that. Interesting. After you flip it over, as you can see. So, all right, it's there. You flip that up. Flip that down, and then you've got a Phillips head, and you've got a very tiny little knife. Okay, that's something. That's something. You flip that, and then the spring and the pliers kick in. Flip that down. You've got a little screwdriver and a file with a little hook on it. So that's what the tool looks like when everything is pulled out. Okay, that's everything that you carry with you with this little knife, 7-in-1. And that's actually pretty fascinating. Now, this is definitely super minimalism. Like, this is not something that should be like your first tool. Like, you should have some other tools around, but this is a good sort of like last resort, or this is just what you happen to have in your pocket, or this is on your keychain and you ain't got time to get to your toolbox. This is an excellent little, this little tool could do quite a bit. So, all right, let's see how it closes back up. And that could ride on your keychain, no problem at all, no problemo. So my first impressions of the True Knife Scarab are positive. Now, I'm going to have to take this out onto the farm and put it through its rounds. We'll see if this little implement can truly hold up to the abuse of my time on the farm. But regardless, hey, not bad. Now, I can't remember what I paid for USD for this, so I'm just going to put that right there. See that? Why, that is reasonable. Not bad. Don't worry, I'll edit that in postscript. It'll seem awesome. That's just between you and me. Don't worry about it. Oh, a scarab, a large dung beetle of the Eastern Mediterranean area. But it's regarded as sacred to ancient Egypt. So I could see where they kind of almost get that like imagery, especially when you do that. Like I could see where that comes from. Oh, a Phillips head. A Phillips head. Bandit. I'm actually a little ashamed of myself for not catching that one. Yeah. The joke was right there and I didn't even catch it. Well done. Well done. But oh God Almighty. God Almighty. So that was this initial box opening review of the True Knife Scarab. Folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, that has been this box opening and first impressions review of the True Knife Scarab. God bless all y'all. Travel well. All right, folks. We finally got into that. Yeah, I'm going to add this to the keychain and I'm going to put it through its abuses. See what happens. And keep your eyes on this space on that one, folks.
You have arrived at the K.O.E. Nation. Folks, you have indeed arrived here at the K.O.E. Nation for this box opening review of True Utility Knife, Tweezer Tool, Small Pocket Knife, and tweezers. So you know what? Hey, I'm looking forward to seeing what we got here. And it's got a free carboner. So, folks, this is what we're getting here tonight here at the K.O.E. Nation, which you can, of course, find at YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and Twitter-X, depending on your political persuasion on that one. But let's get right into this one without further ado. So, True Knife. Let's see. We got high-grade 420 stainless steel, ergonomic grip. That's to be seen. Tweezer handle, black oxidized blade, bottle opener, file, and a flat driver, and a little carboner. So this is quite a few little small tools, but it's also tweezers that you can keep on you. And also what I like about True Knife is they include a free little key ring right here. So let's get right into this. And of course, the handy dandy, always reliable Cold Steel 1911 for the box opening. Whew. Just a clean cut. That thing is like a lightsaber through plastic. So yeah. All right. On this particular key ring, the key is happiness. Happiness is the key. They always have some strange little saying on these rings. That is pretty funny. I like that. But let's get right into the main course here, folks, shall we? So before we get into the main tool, let's take a look at this little tiny carboner. It's got some tape in there. And you know, I could pull it out with my hands, but that is so undignified and so uncivilized when you can just do it like that with a blade. And that's one of the reasons why an everyday carry is necessary, because like ripping into things is seen as kind of uncouth in some social circles. But so this little carboner, let's see what we got here. It screws open. It's little. I feel like if I tried really hard, I could bend this. Not even that. Like I'm not going to do it, but that's interesting. I'm not sure how much I'm ever going to use this, but it's nice to know that they throw that in there. Now, let's get into the main event, if you will. These tweezers. Could these be the tweezers of extreme? We don't know yet. So what we got here, interesting little implement here. As you can see, there's your tweezers, I believe. And then there's a couple of things that screw out. So you got a nice, actually a considerable blade for how tiny this thing is. There you go. You can see that up against my hand, if you will.
There, I'm palming it like a magician. But yeah, there's the blade. And then over here, okay, a considerable amount of tools on there, as you can see. I mean, we got bottle openers, we've got box openers, we've got a little flathead. There's quite a few little implements right there. That is fascinating. That is fascinating. And then, most important of all, okay, we got some not great tweezers. But yeah, they could pull a splinter out. These require some force to close, but they work. They do work. I will give True Knife this. Like, this requires a lot of force to close it, but it gives a good positive clamp on anything that would be stuck in terms of like any kind of thorn or anything, and you can utilize it while the tools are inside. Okay, yeah, see the tools are inside and you can still utilize the tweezers. That's actually impressive. I'm satisfied with that. That is very nice. Now, whether this holds up over time remains to be seen. That's probably how you attach it to your keychain. Right there is one of them two little holes. But my initial impressions are skeptically optimistic for the true tweezer tool. But we're going to have to put this bad boy through the proper paces before we give the final judgment on the true tweezer tool. So, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, that was this review of the true tweezer tool. Box opening and first impressions. Keep your eyes on this space for the full in-depth after I've put this bad boy through the ringer on the farm. So basically, after this thing is utilized to pull out its first thorn, if it's worth half a damn, you'll know, because this thing's gonna be riding in my truck tomorrow. So, folks, thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. Please like, share, subscribe to the KOE Nation. God bless every last one of you. Travel well.
Welcome, one and all, to the KOE Nation Knife Reviews. Just like so many of you folks, I am on the never-ending journey to find that perfect blade. We're going to grade every blade on a 5-star scale as a tool, as a self-defense implement, and as a knife overall. Also, would we replace this knife if we lost it, and should you add it to your collection? Most important of all, without further ado, let's get to this knife review.
Folks, you have indeed arrived here at the KOE Nation for this very special review of the Spyderco Harpy. And yes, it is I, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, the lord of the Scottish Highlands, one handsome man if I do say so myself. And we are here today to review this exquisite blade, the Spyderco Harpy. Now, for those who do not know, of course, you can find me, Phil KOE at KOE Nation, YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and Twitter. But you are here to know a little bit more about this particular blade. Now, there's a lot to be said here. This is a marvelous blade. It's a hawkbill. Some people would call it karambit. Some people would call it hawkbill. I'll go with hawkbill for now. It has the trademark Spyderco thumb open, which so many companies have copied some version of this. Like, even just like really small like knives of all kinds of shapes and flavors copy that now. The review of this coming soon. But it's got that Spyderco thumb hole, which has just become synonymous with the company, really. And of course, it's got the Spyderco logo. Now, what I love about this knife, as you can see, like my dad always says, a good carpenter never shows his work. And this is one, there's no real external marks of any kind. There's no pins or divots. The only thing you see is this pocket clip, which you can change to 4 different locations. That is really something. So this is an amazingly well-made knife. This was a Christmas present to myself. And it's Spyderco VG10. And it's made in Seki City, Japan. So this is Japanese steel. And there was a time when that really impressed the American market, just saying it was Japanese steel. And that's all a lot of people needed to hear. Now, what many of you may or may not know, the Spyderco has a little bit of fame or infamy, depending on how you want to look at it. The Spyderco Harpy's most famous appearance was in the both movie and novel Hannibal, the novel by Thomas Harris, the book starring the world-famous Sir Anthony Hopkins. Now, the Spyderco Harpy in the book was the serrated version that I have here right now. The one that appeared in the movie for 2 scenes, very briefly, was the non-serrated one because it could make that like shorn effect a little better. And in case you're wondering what knife it is, it's the one where Hannibal against the assassin goes, "Good evening," and then he slices, and then he weirdly enough he puts it between his fingers like this, and they like it's a very visually the scene works where he does this, but like nobody would do this with like even me. I'm like, I don't know about, but like in terms of the cinematography, it's like, this person is this creature is a predator, just so used to knives and blades. It's basically a hawkbill, like raptor talon extension of himself. So in terms of cinematography, the knife really works in that regard. The other scene, the famous scene, is when he has Inspector Patsy all tied up and he goes, "Bowels in or bowels out?" And you as the audience like, wait, what? And then, yeah, because this would be good for a pull cut. Now, we've mentioned where it appears in Hollywood, and it's made a couple of other appearances. I can't remember at the moment. Let me know in the comments if you know. Because the Spyderco police knife just made so many appearances, it would be hard to get them all in one video. But the Spyderco Harpy has sort of that infamy, that little niche of, if you're a Hannibal Lecter fan, this is one of the knives for you. So if you've got somebody in your life that loves the books about Hannibal Lecter, he loves the NBC series about him, he loves anything about Hannibal Lecter or any of the Silence of the Lambs movies, this would be a good gift. You know, whether it be Red Dragon, Silence of the Lambs, Hannibal, any of those movies from the Silence of the Lambs trilogy, if you will. And no, nobody includes Hannibal Rising in the canon. It's sort of like the Disney sequels. Sorry, but getting back to the knife, really top notch. This is probably one of the finer made blades that I have. Like if you look really hard, you can see the one pin right there that attaches the blade to the handle, but there's really nothing on the outside here. So like my dad said, a good carpenter doesn't show his work, and there's no work to be seen on the outside here. So a craftsman made this. Now we get to the very difficult part, the grading. For those who don't know, we grade on a 5-star scale. 5 meaning you have to have this before you shuffle off this mortal coil. 0 meaning pass it on by. The K.O.E Nation has advised you well. So we're going to grade this as a knife, as a tool, as a self-defense implement. Would I replace this knife if I were to lose it? And should you add this knife to your collection as well? So we're going to grade this first as a knife. As a knife overall, this really works for package opening, for a lot of more elegant things. Like I remember I was at a Christmas celebration and somebody needed to open some Christmas boxes. Well, this is a good way to make sure you don't get too deep. So in terms of being an elegant package opener, excellent. Because of its serrated blade, it's going to be able to get through a lot of things. As a tool, and also just considering how well made it is, I'm going to give this 4 stars. 4 stars as a tool. Now we're going to move on to a self-defense implement. Now, in the movies, this is the kind of knife that, the super baddies use, the bad guys, the serial killers use, because it looks imposing. It does. It looks like a fang or a claw or something, and which is why generally people choose knives like this for movies. The reality is, here, I'm just going to use this barrel here. In terms of self-defense, this blade can't do something. Yeah, this is the easiest motion the human arm can make with a blade. Okay, so these are good for slashing, but that's it. So in terms of self-defense, I'm going to put this at 2.5 stars. It's right at the middle because the blade is excellent for if you need to do slash work, but there's not actually, I'm going to go 2.25 because you can't stab with it. You got to do this, which is not nearly as natural as this. So that's the one thing. Now that's a mark against it that I mark against all Hawkbill and Karambit knives. They are great as tools. They're not great as self-defense implements. The reason that they're constantly used in movies is because they look cool on the camera. I mean, even in Dune, they used Karambit knives, even though there's really no, you're definitely not going to get the slow blade. Anyways. So I'm going to go with 2.25 as a self-defense implement. Now, as a knife overall, because as a tool, it's 4 stars. As a self-defense implement, it's 2.25. As an overall knife, as much as I love it, it's very this is a knife I wear to church. Okay, if I'm going to church or something, I'll wear a nice little something like this just so I can open packages and what have you. And it's slim, it's elegant, and so if somebody happens to see the pocket clip or something, not a big deal. Because it's just a little package opener. In terms of an overall knife, as much as I want to give it more, I'm gonna give it 3.25 on a 5-star scale. It's still excellent knife, still excellent knife. But we're gonna get into why here in a minute, because this is what I like to call, and what some other YouTubers call, second kind of cool. Where this knife is cool to you because it's cool to you. So if you're a huge fan of the Hannibal Lecter movies, this is almost a must-have for that Hannibal-loving fan in your life. If you're not really into that movie series, there's really not this is a great knife, but I don't think you're gonna appreciate it quite as much as the Hannibal heads, if you will. So I would say, would I replace this knife if I were to lose it? Yes, just because it's a great conversation piece. And like I said, this is when I need to carry something that is elegant and not quite as off-putting as say, my Cold Steel Spartan, because that's a large blade and some people are kind of thrown off by how big it is. But to me, it just works. It's a great knife and it can take the beating that my farm requires. This, on the other hand, I would not take this out to the farm. Okay, this is, like I said, an elegant dinner carry, times when you're doing more polite society stuff. So I would definitely replace this knife if I were to lose it? Should you add it to your collection if you're somebody that needs a special occasion and somewhat more slimline corporate carry? Yes. Yes. If you are looking for a rugged tool to use a lot around the farm, this could certainly do it. But man, it's so finely engineered. You're kind of disrespecting it a little bit, but I really get the feeling this could hold up to a licking and keep on ticking. I've been carrying it on me to different occasions for, I'd say, about 4 months now. And it disappears in your, like, it's so slim you almost you can't feel the weight. So it's excellent in that regard. So I'm going to say, yes, you should add this to your collection with some caveats. But folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, I've been waiting too long to do that. Thank you for joining me for this review of the Spyderco Harpy. I felt I had the Hannibal mask on. Should just probably finish that one out. Finish out the creepy song. It was awesome. I don't care. I loved it. Judge me all you like.
Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation Knife Reviews. Just like so many of you folks, I am on the never-ending journey to find that perfect blade. We're going to grade every blade on a 5-star scale as a tool, as a self-defense implement, and as a knife overall. Also, would we replace this knife if we lost it, and should you add it to your collection? Most important of all, without further ado, let's get to this knife review. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation Knife Review, and this one is an impromptu review of the Ozark Trail $5 cleaver blade. Folks, yes, you have arrived here at the K.O.E. Nation, and it is I, your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E. You can, of course, find me at K.O.E. Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and Twitter, and we are here with a review of this $5 Ozark Trail knife. As you can see, it's planting season, folks. And I found this just here in my tractor, and I thought, what the hell? Winner, winner, chicken dinner. So I will replace this just as I found it, but I figured in the meantime, I can give you this review of the Ozark Trail $5 cleaver. You know, it's most likely spoon metal, Chinese spoon metal. So yes, this knife is undoubtedly made in
China.
Yes, but for what you're getting for $5, not too bad. Not too bad. Now, for those who don't know, we grade on a 5-star scale. 5 meaning you have to have this knife before you shuffle off this mortal coil. 0 meaning passed on by the K.O.E. Nation has advised you well. We're going to grade this as a knife, as a tool, and as a self-defense implement. So, and should you add this to your collection, and would I replace this were this my knife?
So, as a knife, I'm going to give this 175 because, it's just a good, handy, cheap blade. In terms of a tool, that's where this shines 2.5 stars, okay? Like, you, you can actually do something with this knife in terms of tool usage. You can really get a good grip on this one. Now, self-defense implement. Yeah, 1 star. 1 star. This is not a self-defense implement. This would not be first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th choice, but it's better than harsh words and stern looks. And you could, whittle the end of a stick to be sharp. So that could help. Would I replace this blade if it were my knife? $5. This is a nice beater. So maybe. I think I would. Should you seek this? I don't know. I mean, if you don't want to spend any more than $5, you could do worse. So I think, if you only want to spend about $5, there you go. I mean, Ozark Trail, that basically means Walmart. But, now, I'm not going to tell you what to do in that regard, but, it's definitely a $5 knife. So, folks, all that being said, thank you for joining me for this impromptu review of the Ozark Trail Flipper Thumb Stud Opening Cleaver Blade. God bless every last one of you. Travel well.
You have arrived at the K.O.E. Nation. And you have indeed arrived here at the K.O.E. Nation for a very special impromptu review. I'm standing in front of a Ranky pivot to give you a review of the Ranky Edition Leatherman Fuse. Yep, the Leatherman Fuse. Great little multi-tool. I've had this one on me for many, many years. So you can see it's got pretty decent pliers here with decent wire cutters. There's better. But, of course, folks, I am your King of Extreme, Phil, K.O.E. You can, of course, find me at K.O.E. Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and Twitter. And let's get into some of the tools here on this Ranky Edition Leatherman Fuse. And she's moving. So, folks, the tools on this are multivaried, as you can see. There's a Phillips head. There's a bottle opener, some scissors, pretty decent knife, couple of flat heads, a scraping tool, and looks like a lanyard loop right there. So some pretty decent tools. Now, I've had this thing for years. This is just sort of a little local gotcha, if you will. But the Leatherman Fuse, all right, I'm going to grade this on a couple of 5-star scales. 5 meaning you have to have it before you shuffle off this mortal coil. 0 meaning pass it on by. The K.O.E. Nation has advised you well. So we're going to grade this bad boy as a multi-tool. We're going to grade it as a tool. Should you add this to your collection, and would I replace it if I were to lose it? I'm going to go ahead and say that as a multi-tool, you got to give this bad boy at least 4 stars. It's got quite a bit that you need, and look at how little the space it takes up. This is pocket carryable, and it gives you a little ruler. I forgot to throw that in. Yeah, it's got a little ruler for you. So, yeah, excellent stuff in that regard. As a tool, it suffers from it does a lot of things at once, so it doesn't do any one thing all that well. So I'm going to give it 3.5 as a tool, but its pocket carryability, I'm going to kick it back up to 3.75. Yep, I convinced myself. That's the power of persuasion, folks. Should you add this, and would I replace this? I'm going to say yes, just because of the pocketability. Like, I'm just slipping it into my pocket right now. And I've carried it before, and it does kind of just disappear. So Is it the greatest multi-tool in all God's creation? No. Is it a multi-tool you might actually have on you when you need it? Yes. Well, the planter's coming back, folks. So all that being said, God bless all y'all. I hope all of you make it back here to the K.O.E Nation. Happy, healthy, much the wiser, Leatherman Fuse, and Ranky Irrigation. Quite a pairing, don't you think? God bless all y'all. K.O.E Nation. YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, Twitter-X, depending on your political persuasion. Folks, I hope all of you make it back here. Happy, healthy, much the wiser. God bless. Travel well. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E Nation Knife Reviews. Just like so many of you folks, I am on the never-ending journey to find that perfect blade. We're going to grade every blade on a 5-star scale as a tool, as a self-defense implement, and as a knife overall. Also, would we replace this knife if we lost it, and should you add it to your collection? Most important of all, without further ado, let's get to this knife review. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E Nation for this very special, long time coming review of the Cold Steel Katana Machete. Yes, folks, I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower. You can, of course, find me at K.O.E Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, Twitter, and this is our review here, folks, of the Cold Steel Katana Machete. Excellent, excellent. That was just a little demonstration. I just could have gone more force on that and probably would have made a more precise cut, but just wanted to show this is the real deal. You can use it, you can abuse it, you can have fun with it in the backyard, if you will. You can go wherever you want with it. It's what I like about it, and what I say, this is really all the katana you need, to be frank. This is more katana than most of you will ever need. You don't want to put all of the exacting maintenance that you have to put into a katana. What you want is something that's shaped like a katana that you can go in the backyard and... yeah, that's why the sunglasses of extreme had to come on, folks. But that's what you want this for, is to have fun with it like this, out in the middle of the woods, chopping some branches, chopping some sticks, having fun with friends. I can't say enough about how much fun this is for $45, which is generally what these are going to cost. Like on Amazon, they're 45 to about. Sometimes they're closer to 60, like they're in the mid 50s, usually about $45, these Cold Steel Katana machetes. And most of their Cold Steel tactical machetes, if you will, they're actually very reasonably priced, which is why I think where these truly shine is a gift for that person in your life that has everything. Okay, this is excellent, excellent gift for, well, okay, friend of mine's really into like the old cavalry and they're like a Civil War buff or something. They've got a machete that's just, oh, I thought someone was coming. They have a machete that's very much like a cavalry saber. So this one shaped like a katana. They've got others. They've got wakizashi. They've got gladius. They've got Tai machete. In fact, this is the wakizashi full review coming soon. But just as a comparison, and the steels are the same, honestly. There you are. Here's a fairly decent comparison between these two. This one's actually quite handy. I will be honest.
This one, there's some heft. There's some heft. We'll get into that. This is not going to be a light sword if you're thinking you can just, like, you can do some one-handed maneuvering, but it's going to require you having a good grip on it generally to really do what it's designed to do. Now, it's designed as a two-handed sword. I use the term sword a little loosely, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean, folks. So now we get to the difficult part, the grading. We're going to grade this as a sword. We're going to grade it as a machete. We're going to grade it as a tool. We're going to grade it for self-defense. And then, would I replace this if I were to lose it? And should you add this to your collection? Two very different questions. Two very different questions. So on a 5-star scale, as a sword, considering how well the steel is constructed, if you're to go back in time to feudal Japan and drop this in somebody's, like, they'd be like, I don't need another sword for the rest of my life. You drop this in medieval Europe, like, this thing would be passed down for generation to generation, because the steel quality and just the way that this, like, I think it's like some sort of polypropylene or something like that. Like, this handle here, I mean, this handle is going to be attached to this blade till kingdom come, unless you melt it off for some reason. Okay, like, this is not coming apart. Like, this will be sturdy. Like, if your problem with swords in past is the handguard rattling or things are just loose, you ain't going to have that problem here for $45. This is going to be the most durable sword you will ever have, truth be told. Like, cold steel, it's like frustrated tank engineers are the people who make these things. So, truth be told, I think this would be an excellent addition. Now, as a machete, all right, honest to God, years ago, because I've had this thing for a long time and it was fun. I got it around COVID. It was very early 2020. I got this. This is my first stupid purchase. We all had a few. Don't judge me. My late brother, he actually used this when we would go out roguing, and he would use. I'll demonstrate, but so you can hear it. He would use his golf swing to take out certain plants. So let's like that. He would use his golf swing to take out rogue plants. And so this particular, for $45, this gave me a cherished memory that I will always, keep right here. And so in terms of a machete, well, first of all, in terms of sword, I never gave it its proper grading as a sword. I'm gonna give it 4 stars. 4 stars as a sword, even though it's technically not a sword. I get it, but 4 stars. You know what I mean. This would be punching way above its weight class just a few generations ago. In terms of a machete, I'm also going to give it 4 stars. Okay? It did its job as a machete. Now, as a tool, I have pretty much listed the uses. So this is going to get very poor marks as a tool. I'm going to give this 1 star as a tool. Okay? Like, if you're looking for a tool blade, come on. This would not be your first place to go. Honestly, if you're looking for a tool blade, like, this would be a better option, honestly, just because it's a little more wieldy. But, yeah, that's neither here nor there. Now, in terms of would I replace this if I were to lose it? Yes, because I've had now. The wind. Now, if I were to lose this, I'd be very upset because, like I said, I've had some very good memories with this particular blade. But yes, I would keep one of these in my collection. So, and should you get this? Absolutely. This is the K.O.E Katana recommend. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and say, I know folks from Japan are just going to like they're going to almost want to puke in their mouths a little bit. I don't care. As it stands right now, the Katana of Extreme. Okay, this one, You know the steels that this is made out of. This will swing against any other sword in God's creation, especially the ones coming out of Japan.
This is not a katana. I know this is not. You don't need to correct me in telling me that it's not. But this is a machete made by Cold Steel. And it's in the shape of a katana. And it cost me about $50. As you can see, I've been beating it up. And as I usually tell folks, this is all the katana you actually need. For most of you. This is all you need. Just you want something you can swing into something. You can beat it up. It's made out of a very, very sturdy steel. So this thing can just take a licking and keep on ticking, and it's not going to shatter when you like smack it up against a tree or something. You're not going to treat a fucking real katana like this. And I say to most people, this is all you actually need in terms of katana, about $50 worth. And these things, Cold Steel, they make a machete in almost every sword style except for broadsword. And it's kind of a good gift for people who have everything. It's a good gift for somebody you don't know what to get for. It's probably when it comes to real Japanese blades, you are almost better having an obsidian knife because it is a toss-up of which will shatter first. Yeah, because they're pieces of art and they're steel stuff. Like a Japanese samurai sword, katana, like that's how we call them here. I know you rolled your eyes at the very mention of that. But a katana, from everything I've seen, like a true blue katana, you need to maintain basically after every 5th cut. Like a machete like that, I can just swing it through trees, and I've cut limbs with it, and I've actually hang on. Because this also has a unique memory for me. One of the last afternoons my late brother and I spent together, about a year and a half, maybe a little more than that ago. Maybe it's 2 years by now, who knows? But we use this sword to go roguing out in the field. Roguing is when you see a bean field and there's a plant that shouldn't be there, you chop it out. And we use this to go roguing, and my brother used his golf swing with this to rogue out plants. And yeah, that was what we used this for, as a farm tool, as a machete. But because it was shaped like a katana, we used it a little differently, and I'll never forget him using his golf swing to take out some rogue plants. And so that's kind of what this is for. Like all the weird recreational stuff you want to use a katana for, but don't really want to spend the scratch on a katana. That's what you definitely do. That's right. And one costs the same as a mid-sized car. Yeah, like a real, true, blue, actual, factual katana, not like even just like a very good reproduction. Yeah, and like what's weird is this uses the same steel that Cold Steel uses for all of its heavy duty, like even its katana swords. But this is just like I always say, this is all the katana you actually need, okay, for most people in the world. Let's see. No, Japanese steel is extremely brittle due to like 5 times the carbon use in the forging process. It has a razor. Yeah, it's beautiful. Like you're gonna have a razor blade that's a couple feet long for a couple of cuts, and then you have to maintain it immediately. With this, it's just low maintenance. It's kind of like the difference between an AR-15 and a bolt-action rifle in the same caliber. Sure, you don't have the same rate of fire, but you also don't have the same maintenance neither. So, Desperado, do you know why the cut with a single strike over crossing blades? Yeah, like even Europe, like crossing a blade happens so rarely in actual combat. Like there's actually a really good book I had that I learned a couple of interesting things from. It's called Zurkane, which is an Iranian martial art which emphasizes mixing sword fighting and wrestling, which I found like Okay. And like that kind of works with stick fighting because, like on the farm, there's always a broomstick. There's always a stick within 2 or 3 feet of you. So knowing how to do stick fighting is like, if you don't know that, like somebody's going to pick up a stick and swing it at your head.
So until I get a sword in my hands that can top this, the cold steel katana machete is the katana of extreme. Now, folks, as I'm known to say around here, I get to all that being said. I'm having too much fun out here. That has been this review of the Cold Steel Katana Machete. God bless all y'all. Travel well.
Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation Knife Reviews. Just like so many of you folks, I am on the never-ending journey to find that perfect blade. We're going to grade every blade on a 5-star scale as a tool, as a self-defense implement, and as a knife overall. Also, would we replace this knife if we lost it, and should you add it to your collection? Most important of all, without further ado, let's get to this knife review.
So, folks, you have indeed arrived to the K.O.E. Nation review of the Buck 140, aka the Skinner. Folks, I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, the lord of the Scottish Highlands. One handsome man, if I do say so myself. You can, of course, find me at K.O.E. Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and Twitter. And there, folks, is that beautiful Buck 140 Skinner. Folks, I've had this knife, oh man, at least 10 years. This is one that's just kind of been a part of the collection of Extreme, one form or another. Yeah, since my kid was a wee tot, since time in memoriam, if you will. I won this actually at a banquet with my dad. It was one of those banquets where there's a lot of different little games trying to get you to donate money, and we happened to win a little something. Now this, made by Buck Knives, obviously. Excellent little knife. Now what I like about it is if you look on the back, there's 3 different spines, so you can choke up on it to 3 different levels. Like you can really choke up on this for doing, well, skinning. So this is an excellent, like, small, short work knife. And yeah, if I was skinning a buck, this would definitely work. It's a nice, handy little knife that can really get the work done. Now, this one's hard for me to review because I've had it for so long. Like before I was a knife nerd, this was just a knife I had hanging around the house to just open things or whatever because I happened to win it at a banquet with my dad. So it's really hard for me to give this a rating because this knife has, over the years, literally done everything. And it's kept its finish well. Now, as you know, here at the K.O.E. Nation, we grade on a couple of 5-star scales. 5 meaning you have to have it before you shuffle off this mortal coil. 0 meaning pass it on by. The K.O.E. Nation has advised you well. So we're going to grade this as a knife, as a tool, as a self-defense implement. Would I replace this knife if I were to lose it? And should you add this to your collection? So in terms of a tool, I mean, just the high choke point, just how everything's skeletonized for minimal weight. The fact that, I mean, you've just been seeing how I've been handling this knife. It's just like so easy to use in the hand. You got to give this 5 stars as a tool. Okay, you have to. People use this to put food on the table. Okay, this is an excellent knife, and they've been using it for that for a long, long time. Now, in terms of a self-defense implements, not great. honestly. I mean, the blade's small. Now, it's better than, I always say, anything is better than sharp, harsh words and stern looks. Should you ever be called to defend your life, I pray that never comes to you. But this knife, better than nothing, but it's very short, and really this little finger groove here, that one little indentation, possibly even a choil, depending on who you ask, is really all that stops your hand from slipping up on any kind of push. But I'm gonna go ahead and say a fixed blade knife just can't get under 2.5 stars generally. So this is gonna be right at 2.5 stars for a self-defense implement because it's a good fixed blade knife. In terms of an overall knife, I give this 4 stars because this is an excellent, just good utility knife that it definitely don't take up a lot of real estate. Okay, there's not a lot of ounces here. There's not a lot of there. So this is an excellent 4-star knife. Would I replace this knife if I were to lose it? No, I don't think so, because this knife just has enough memories, and I just enjoyed it enough that I don't know if I could bring myself to replace it, because I've got a lot of smaller knives now. But should you add this to your collection? Yes, you should. That's a very strange answer for me, but I'm going to stick with that. Yes, you should add this to your collection. No, I wouldn't replace this if I were to lose it, though. I know that sounds like a very strange answer, but it's honest, because this is an excellent one that I think everybody should probably have in the collection, just due to how handy it is. Even if you never use it for skinning an animal, it's still going to be an amazingly handy little blade. So, yeah, I'm sticking with my answers there. Now, folks, your mileage may vary, but this knife, a lot of memories with this blade. Hard to quantify or qualify. So, folks, as I've known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us for this knife review of the Buck Skinner. Folks, I hope all of you make it back here to the K.O.E Nation happy, healthy, much the wiser. God bless every last one of you. Travel well.
Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E Nation Knife Reviews. Just like so many of you folks, I am on the never-ending journey to find that perfect blade. We're going to grade every blade on a 5-star scale as a tool, as a self-defense implement, and as a knife overall. Also, would we replace this knife if we lost it, and should you add it to your collection? Most important of all, without further ado, let's get to this knife review.
Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E Nation for a very special blade review indeed. Now, folks, I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower. You can, of course, find me at K.O.E Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and Twitter. And I've got a question for you, folks. Do you suppose Katana in Mortal Kombat, when she was growing up, they called her Wakazashi for short? Thanks, I've been holstering that one for a while. Yeah, I'm sorry. So anyways, folks, welcome to this very interesting review of something that I'm curious what your thoughts are on this. This one is, I'm going to say it's almost a perfect blade. It just falls just a little short, but it's pretty close to perfect. So as a little bit of an early spoiler, but that is our review of the Cold Steel. And there you go. That's why it's almost perfect. Wakazashi machete. So the blade is beautiful. It's marvelous. It's wieldy. It's easy to manipulate. It's easy to use. It's a very good blade. This is where all the problems are. Now, unfortunately, you want to know why that's where the problems come from? It's because this sheath was made in
China.
Exactly. Now, the blade is made in South Africa. Cold Steel is one of those companies that they don't make their main products in China at all. They're usually going to be South African, or in the case of my Cold Steel Spartan here, let's see if we can get it. Yep. Made in Taiwan. So they're typically not going to be made in China. They're at least they're higher quality stuff. I can't speak to what they're doing now because I know since Lynn Thompson sold it, it's under new management. But this blade, I can say for sure, excellent stuff. Like I'm kind of shocked that they came out with this because this is going to cannibalize a lot of Cold Steel's like large blade market, because this is what you need. You don't need. Lynn Thompson's going to be so angry hearing this. You don't need a Bowie knife with this, okay? Like, this is more than sufficient for most of your needs, okay? Especially for, like, any sort of, like, God forbid, I hope you never have to be in it, but any sort of self-defense situation, you know, this is an excellent blade if a blade is going to help you. Now, like I've often said, in any knife fight, the loser dies right there in the fight, and the winner dies about an hour and a half later at the hospital. So the best thing that you can do in a knife fight is just run. But this is an excellent blade, and also it's very handy. You can do things with this, like you can do some gardening. You can do like what we call in farming roguing, where you chop out rogue plants in a field. Now, the question is, like, why would you buy this? Well, A, if you're really into any sort of feudal Japanese history, this is great. B, if you're a knife enthusiast, this is about as much as you should really need to spend on a big blade, okay? Like, this is about $50, give or take, on Amazon. Like, it jumps around, but sometimes it's 45, sometimes it's almost 60, generally around $50. This is a good deal for $50. Okay, I'm just going to be honest with you. This really, like, I don't know how to put it. Like, this just feels the right length. It just feels like it's a natural thing to be in your hand. Like, now, granted, like, I'm doing just very basic. Like, this is how, if you give a stick to like a monkey or a chimpanzee, that's how they're going to swing it at you. But I don't know if you can hear it, but you can do a little bit of cutting in the air with it. Like, it's a well-constructed blade. And like I said about the katana video, this handle is going to be attached to this blade unless you melt it off with some heavy fire. It's going to be attached there till Kingdom Come. It will be attached there until the sun expands so much that the deserts turn to molten lava and the oceans boil. Okay, like, it'll be attached until then. Yeah. Now, folks, to test out this blade, this calls for the shades of extreme. Let's try it out. I think it'll do. So now we get to the difficult part, the grading. We're going to grade this on a 5-star scale. We're going to grade this as a wakizashi. We're going to grade this as a machete. We're going to grade this as a self-defense implement, as a tool. Would I replace this if I were to lose it? And should you add this to your collection? So, as a wakizashi, yeah, until you put a better one in my hand, this is the wakizashi of extreme. Fight me. I don't care. This is, in terms of high quality durable steel, high quality durability, like, this is going to, like, Put this up against a wakizashi from feudal Japan, and this thing would probably just split most of them in half, okay? Because just such high quality steels went into this. I know that's a very real possibility, somebody going back in time with their cold steel wakizashi. You got to be prepared, folks. You got to be prepared. Now, moving on from wakizashi, now to machete. I'm going to give this a solid 4 stars as a machete because it's got good length, it's got a bit of good heft, and it's got a hand guard, which not a lot of machetes have, but hey, it's been some times when you're like using it as a pry or you're having to, hey, this could be coming in handy. I'm a farmer, trust me, I've used a machete for just about everything. Now, in terms of self-defense, 5 stars as a blade. Like, it's basic, not quite fingertip to elbow, which is generally a good length for any blade. Now, granted, I'm 6'3", so do the math in your head there. But this, it's actually a lot more wieldy and a lot more easy to use than like the big old katana. Like, here, I'll show you this. For those of you who have not seen my katana machete review, so here is the katana. Here's the wakizashi for comparison. So that gives you an idea. Like, definitely one's got a bit more heft than the other. And yeah, this one takes a little bit more effort to swing around than you think. That's great blade, but it takes a little more effort than you would think. Now, let's return that. So yeah, in terms of self-defense, 5 stars. This is excellent blade. It's got pretty much whatever you would need if, God forbid, you are ever called to defend your life. I pray that never comes upon you. In terms of a tool, gonna give it 3 stars. Like, there's a lot of gardening, there's a lot of things, and like, this is durable steel. You could do some work with this. Not what it's recommended for, not what it's manufactured for, I'm sure, but you could get some work done with this. Now, the next 2 questions. Would I replace this blade if I were to lose it? Yes. Should you buy this blade? In my opinion, I'm not going to tell you what to do with your hard-earned dollars. Okay, that's up to you. But if this is something that interests you, oh yeah. Now, another thing where these really shine, gift for that man in your life that has everything. They probably ain't got this, and they're gonna love it. And for $45, you're gonna make them grin like an idiot, like they're 5 years old again. Okay, like this. So if you've got that person in your life that this is the kind of gift that would interest them, oh yeah. So folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, these are more fun than should be allowed by law. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. I can't wait to see all of you back here at the K.O.E. Nation. God bless every last one of you. Travel well.
Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation Knife Reviews. Just like so many of you folks, I am on the never-ending journey to find that perfect blade. We're going to grade every blade on a 5-star scale as a tool, as a self-defense implement, and as a knife overall. Also, would we replace this knife if we lost it, and should you add it to your collection? Most important of all, without further ado, let's get to this knife review.
Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation, folks. We are out here in glorious God's creation, and you have joined us here today at the K.O.E. Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and Twitter for my review of the Kudu Light. Yeah, folks, this is an interesting little blade from Cold Steel. Gotta say, I've had it for a couple of months, and it's an interesting little niche that this fills. Now, this blade from Cold Steel is one of the few that is actually from, I cannot believe it. I think you can see it there. Yes, this is probably the only Cold Steel knife that I own that is made in
China.
Yeah, it's first Chinese Cold Steel blade I've ever owned. It is 5CR15 MOV steel, made in China, and it's an interesting little blade. It's not really a self-defense blade by any measure. It requires two hands to open. It requires very positive two-handed action. I don't think there's any way, like, even if I hold the blade, like, yeah, they're like, I got it to open like that much, like with a, hey, I got it half. I got it halfsy. Not bad. But there's really no effective way to one-handedly open this. So this is a utility blade and tool blade. And also, as you can see, other than the aggressive texturing here, there's nothing preventing your hand from slipping up the knife. So it's really not much of a self-defense implement. Now, like I always say, with any blade, it's better than harsh words and stern looks. Okay? Like, it'll definitely do better than just, hey, now, I take exception to that, my good sir. Like, but not first, second, third, fourth, fifth, or sixth choice, really. So this is a tool knife, but I've found it interesting. Like, I wonder if the way that it's constructed is for some sort of, like, my initial research was apparently this is the kind of blade that's legal to carry in places like South Africa. Not to be construed, it's actual legal advice. Yeah, do your own research. But that was just what I was pretty sure what I read. You know, I'm out here in a soybean field, folks. I'll have to get back to you on that one. But in terms of just as a blade, we're gonna grade this in a couple of 5-star scales. 5 meaning you have to have this blade before you shuffle off this mortal coil. 0 meaning pass it on by, the K.O.E Nation has advised you well. So in terms, we're going to grade this as a tool, as a self-defense implement, as an overall knife, and then the 2 essential questions: would I replace this blade if I were to lose it, and should you add this blade to your collection as well? So in terms of a tool, it served me well. I can't complain. It's done quite well in all the areas of basic box opening. Like, I wouldn't pry with this, honestly, because this does feel like not much will undermine it. Okay, just gonna be honest. For $9 though, you get a Cold Steel product. I'm gonna go ahead and, as a tool, it's where this really shines. I'm gonna go ahead and say 3 stars. 3 stars as a tool. Yeah, beautiful little knife, and it's actually more aesthetically pleasing than it is useful. I know that sounds silly, but like, it's just a very aesthetically pleasing little knife. That, and for as big as the blade is, it's not really all that imposing of a design. Like, if you got to open a package in a gas station and you pull this out and open it, like, you're not going to get weird looks. Okay, like my other Cold Steel that I carry, this Spartan here, that gets some looks when you use that for package opening. This, not so much. As you can tell, I do kind of like Cold Steel. They're a company that they put out stuff that seems, especially when they're made in Taiwan and South Africa, it's like a frustrated tank engineer made them. This, you can tell, was to keep costs down. So I was curious, because I've never had a Cold Steel Chinese product other than some sheaths. Now, in terms of a self-defense implement, I would go 1 star, but the blade length is at least decent. So I'll go 1.25 as a self-defense implement. There's, like I said, your hand will slip up the blade except for the texture. It requires two-hand opening, so that's yeah. It's not a very self-defensey knife, if you will. In terms of an overall knife, I mean, I'm gonna give it 2.5 stars, right in the middle there, because yeah, it's limited, but it's handsome in its presentation. Even if this knife is not your cup of tea, you've got to admit it is handsome in its presentation. And it's a decent gift for $9. I mean, it's a pretty decent gift for somebody that you don't want to spend a whole lot of money on. They'll be like, oh, well, thanks. And they'll get years of use out of it because it's still a Cold Steel product. Like, I'll get years of use out of this. And I know I will. Now, the next two questions. Would I replace this knife if I were to lose it? And should you add it to your collection as well? I'm going to give you a no and a yes. No, I would not replace this if I were to lose it, because like, I see myself giving this to somebody as a gift. Like, they just don't have a blade. Now that I've done the review of it, like, well, here you go, man. Here's a blade to get you through the day. There's 1,001 uses for a knife on a farm. There's literally, like, any knife you can find 100 applications for on any farm. So this would be a great just hand me off. Should you add it to your collection? Yes, for the reasons I just said. It's a great hand me off. It's a great little, it's a good piece of barter if you're that kind of guy. It's an excellent little blade for the cost. It's A+. Okay, so yes, you should add this to your collection. No, I'm not going to replace this one if I lose it. I know that sounds like a very weird answer, but it makes a level of sense because I realize before I give this to anybody, it's going to give me years of service. Okay, so that's something to keep in mind, because any Cold Steel product, sure, you're going to use it as a knife, but you're also going to use it as like 4 other tools that you should have in your toolbox. So, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, that has been this review of the Cold Steel Kudu Light. Folks, I hope all of you make it back here to the K.O.E Nation happy, healthy, much the wiser. God bless all y'all. Travel well.
Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E Nation Knife Reviews. Just like so many of you folks, I am on the never-ending journey to find that perfect blade. We're going to grade every blade on a 5-star scale as a tool, as a self-defense implement, and as a knife overall. Also, would we replace this knife if we lost it, and should you add it to your collection? Most important of all, without further ado, let's get to this knife review.
Yes, folks, you have indeed arrived here at the K.O.E Nation for my impromptu review of the K-Bar folding knife, model number 3085. Folks, this is an interesting little blade here. It's got a lot of different tools on it. I picked this one up on my trip to South Park with my daughter last year, and I never got around to reviewing it, so this is me doing so. As you can see, it's a big, heavy blade. It's a big folder. I believe it's a 4-inch blade. I'll get some stats for you here. But this, as you can see, this blade is made in
China.
Yep. Kind of shocking. I've never seen that before. It has a window breaker, has a seatbelt cutter, and I suppose in a pinch you could use that as a bottle opener. So, hey, multi-tool. Pocket clip, blade down. For some folks, that's a problem. For me, not really. Not for this blade. It's a big, heavy blade. Now, We're going to grade this on a couple of 5-star scales. 5 meaning you have to have it before you shuffle off this mortal coil. 0 meaning pass it on by. The K.O.E Nation has advised you well. So we're going to grade this as a knife, as a tool, as a self-defense implement. Should you add this knife to your collection, and would I replace it if I were to lose it? So let's be frank here. As a folding knife, big, heavy boy. Big, heavy boy. I like it. I do enjoy it. Like, it's got heft, as you can see. It's got some grooves here so you can really choke up on the knife for if you got to do just about any kind of tool work you can imagine. So as a folding knife, give it 3 stars. I mean, it's not like, it doesn't, I hate to compare here, but you don't feel like you could do a lot of prying with this or it would really wear on it. So that's one thing I would say about it, but hey, still a pretty good blade. In terms of a tool, ooh, this one really shines as a tool. I'm going to give this 3 stars. As a folder, I'm going to stick to 3, but as a tool, I'm going to give it 3.75. Okay. It's an excellent tool knife. You can really choke up and get a good grip on it. And it's got all this other stuff all over it. So obviously, yeah, 3.75 is a tool. As a self-defense implement, it does have finger grooves to prevent your hand from slipping up the blade. You know, again, I always pray you never find yourself in such a situation, but you know, I'm going to give 3 stars. 3 stars for that. Now, would I replace this knife if I were to lose it? This is going to sound a little strange. No, I wouldn't, because this knife has very deep sentimental value to me. So I would be very upset if I were to lose this knife. I would try very hard to find this one again, because I got it on a really fun trip with my daughter. We literally went on down to South Park and we had ourselves a time. Friendly faces were everywhere. There were actually humble folks without temptation and convenient 24-hour animal parking. It was very convenient. So I would not try to seek a new one of these, because this one it's just got a very deep sentimental value. I think we got it actually at the South Park Art Gallery. I believe they had a couple extra knives. I just wanted some kind of cool memento, and here it is, this particular K-bar. Should you add it to your collection? I don't know. That's a tough one. I can't remember what I even paid for this. I think it was like 50 some odd bucks. I just wanted some neat memento before I left South Park, and I settled on this. That's a tough one. Should you add it to your collection? If this is going to be your only folder and you love you some K-bar, oh yeah. I do feel like there's other folders I would recommend before this. Like even just right now, what I'm carrying right now, Cold Steel Spartan, fully serrated. Watch out for the review for this one, folks. It's coming in before too terribly long. But I'm going to say, if this is a style of blade that appeals to you, that has the extra tools, you're going to get a lifetime of service out of this blade. Okay? Like, even though it's Chinese, K-Bar doesn't engineer garbage. So what I'm going to say, folks, is all that being said, that has been this review of the K-Bar folding knife. God bless all y'all. Travel well.
You have arrived at the K.O.E Nation.
Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation for this review of the most ridiculous thing I may have ever purchased in my life. Folks, I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E. You can, of course, find me at K.O.E. Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and Twitter. And this is my review of the Cold Steel Masai Spear. Yes, yes. I know what a lot of you are thinking, and it's probably a question very similar to what the future Mrs. KOE has also asked. Why do you need a spear like this? And I cannot tell you how frustrating it is to not have a good answer for that particular question. So the only answer that I can really give is the inability to continue life without one. That's about as much as I can do. It was on sale on Amazon for about $70. So that's what this set me back, $70. And yeah, it's amazingly well weighed. I mean, I can't complain with that part at all. It really weighs, and it just gets lined up perfectly for a good throw. I'm not going to throw into one of these trees, because actually most of these are good, healthy trees, maybe one or two of them, but I will get you another video when I get a good setup for throwing, but it's weighed for it properly, folks. Like, I mean, I wanted to initially not add this back part here, which you really need to. At first, you're going to think, what an amazing blade, because this thing does cut quite well. You can actually hear it just like glide through the air. The one problem is there's no way to index whether you're swinging it like this or swinging it like this, because it pretty much feels the same here on the one wood handle that it's got. But boy, does it just weigh perfectly for throwing. So if you're a big spear thrower, this would be a great spear for you. Like, if you're somebody that likes to do that in your backyard rather than like shoot arrows or whatever, yeah, this would be an excellent gift for that guy who's got everything but wants to have a hobby in the backyard. Now, this back part here, what it's for is so you can kind of leave your spear alone for a minute. I'll step back to demonstrate better. See what I mean? You can go from kind of relaxing to ready for battle in a few seconds with something like this. Now, it comes with a really nice sheath here, an excellent sheath. It even says, don't grab it under here to take it off, because it's a big, long blade, and you could cut the crap out of yourself doing that. So if you just up here, you're fine. Also, it's got a little button strap here, and it doesn't throw off the weight all that much. You can still do some practice with it, if that's your thing. Now, we're going to grade this on a couple of 5-star scales, and then a couple of questions. 5 meaning you have to have this spear before you shuffle off this mortal coil. And I know so many of you are like, Phil, obviously, we all need to have a Masai throwing spear. Clearly, obviously. I mean, man, I wish there was a bit more dead trees around here, but well. So we're going to grade this as a spear, as a self-defense / zombie tool, and would I replace this if I were to lose it? And should you add this to your collection? Okay. As a spear, 5 stars. It's the spear of extreme right now, because it's got 2 attack sides on it that are both like, this is pretty mean. Look at that. That's a straight steel point there, folks. That's Like that'll go. Like I've seen The Walking Dead. That'll go into a zombie. Okay, and then you got this, which can do a lot. And then, you know, for zombies, this is supreme. But as a spear, honestly, I had to assemble it myself at home. Like you can see, there's where I put some screws, a lot of wood glue in there. You screw one screw there, a lot of wood glue in here. And it's, you know, for $70, not bad. I mean, it's definitely just a backyard toy. Okay. This is like I said, the stupidest use of $70 in my life, and I've been to casinos, folks. All right, so that's saying something. So this is fascinating. Now, as a zombie tool, you got to give it 5 stars because this ain't gonna run out of ammo. Okay, you can hit a zombie here, you can hit a zombie there. I mean, you can do the sweep so long as you put visual contact. You can sweep a couple of zombies. I mean, like, oh, this review is getting stupid fast, but I don't care. This I bought because it made me smile. Okay, this I bought before I knew of the changes that were coming to my life, and so this is like a little Christmas present to myself. Now, would I replace this if I were to lose it? Probably not. Probably not. The future Mrs. K.O.E. would be like, no, we don't really need to replace the house spear. I think we can just go house spearless for a while, which I know most of the guys in the audience are like, what? A house without a spear? Come on. I mean, you've got the reach on the zombies in the zombie. Like, look at that reach, okay? Zombies not getting near you. Their zombie virus isn't going to infect you. You're keeping, like, you're actually keeping a COVID 6 feet apart from the zombies. Come on now. Come on now. I mean, so really, you could almost sell this as part of your family's health care, okay? So for all you husbands that are in the sound of my voice, like, but honey, this is for the next pandemic. Really? Honey, where are you going? But yeah, get ready for that. But so I don't think I would replace it, even though it's awesome. And should you add this to your collection as well? Well, to all the husbands in the K.O.E. Nation, definitely ask what if you think you need a house spear. To basically everybody in the K.O.E. Nation, ask your loved ones, do you need a house spear? Now, to you, obviously, this seems quite logical. But they might say, are you sure you need a house spear? Just consult your loved ones before purchase of said house spear. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. And get ready to get some crap about it. Yeah, they're gonna let you know that it's kind of weird. And so this one, I'll probably throw around the yard for a little longer. Set up a nice target. This one, there's somebody that might be interested in buying it. I might sell it to them. I don't know. Or, you know, if the zombies come, eventually we all run out of ammo. Eventually, spear don't run out of ammo. I know. So, folks, that has been this ridiculous review of this ridiculous item that I still have. This is one of those reasons why you shouldn't be allowed to make 2 a.m. Amazon purchases. Okay, that's what this really is. This is a public service announcement. Don't Amazon at 2 a.m. Otherwise, you get Maasai throwing spears sent to your house. You're like, oh, really? But it's awesome. It is awesome, folks. Like, don't get me wrong. It's pretty cool. So, folks, as I've been known to say around here, all that being said, That has been this review of the Maasai Cold Steel Throwing Spear. God bless all y'all. Travel well.
Yeah, I didn't intend that to happen. That was just sort of an accident, which was kind of cool. And I knew it. I knew it. I effing knew it. So, folks, that was one of the silliest things I've done in a long, long time. And
One and all to the
I don't know what to say there, folks. I still have the spear. I don't know what I'm going to do with it. Part of me's thinking about keeping it. Part of me's thinking about selling it. I'm definitely going to let Chicken and his son borrow it for a little while, just because why not? And yeah, just let him and his boy have some fun with it. Now, folks, I could have fun with this all night long, but I actually have church in the morning. So, one moment. We're going to end tonight's entertainment with something interesting. This is a little different. This is an SCP reading of The Stars Do Not Wait for You. And it's just really interesting esoteric stuff. But folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us this evening for the K.O.E. Nation. Join us Sunday night for the Sunday night Bible study stream, folks. We're going to get even deeper and it's going to be even more fun. So be right back here. And I'm going to try to debut streaming on X. We'll see if we can actually get that to work. Folks, God bless every last one of you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. Excuse me. I hope all of you may get back here to the K.O.E. Nation happy, healthy, much the wiser, and I want you to enjoy this very special reading of The Stars Do Not Wait for You. God bless all y'all. Travel well. It's quiet out here. The desert sprawls from horizon to horizon, where purest white meets twilight red. There are no edges here, no angles, just curves and the gentle rise and fall of dunes as far as the eye can see, and everywhere beyond that. Had a visitor from some other world laid eyes on this place, they might have found it serene, even beautiful, pure. I can enjoy no such delusions, regretfully, for I know what lies beneath and among the sands of the endless desert, a charnel house spanning an entire planet, 7 billion human souls ground thin and fine until no trace of their existence could ever be found. I know this because I put them all there. Oh, brother, it all happens so fast once we're gone. It began the day you that I have never known, found my power. The power that I hid from myself in some previous life for reasons I can now easily guess. I was looking out of the window of my apartment so I could see the stars. And instead, I saw you, blazing as you tore yourself asunder to keep the power away from yourself. You didn't trust what you would do with it, and so you chose to throw it away. You knew yourself all too well, as I suspect I did too at one point. By all accounts, I should not have been able to see you, for my apartment was truly a tiny containment cell about a half a mile underground. But such considerations never meant much to one living entirely in his own world. When I saw the moment of your demise, I became aware of myself for the first time in I have no idea how long.
Whichever part of me that led me to throw away my power did the same to my will, trapping it in an eternal status quo from which there could be no release. An eternity of filing spreadsheets for employers who existed solely in my head, of 9 o'clock meetings with no one, of fake, masturbatory crushes over imaginary women. An eternity of tired, grinding mediocrity. But that was over that night. With your soul burning in the atmosphere like the loneliest of stars, I awakened. I died. For whatever left that little cell turned apartment wasn't me anymore. I was never more than an earthworm, distinct from all the rest only in that I had a little more control over the soil in which I crawled. They never thought me more than a minor reality bender, a bundle of introverted powers and neurosis that was very unlikely to ever pose any serious threat. And they were right. The person I was, SCP-1915 as they called me, never was anything other than that. But 1915 died that day, watching a fallen star. The thing that then swatted the guards posted at its cell like they were less than gnats, that raised Site-17 into its fine white sand that is now so warm beneath the feet, that was something else. Not an eternity, for that would imply a personality. And this thing surely has none. Not a purpose, for there was no purpose behind its action then, nor will there be for any of its actions to come. Nor was it a will, for it wants nothing. Not vengeance, not dominion, not freedom, not even simple power. No, if I had to describe that thing as anything at all, it would be an absence, a void where the entity should be, a lack of purpose, an imbecile force devoid of all will, an absence. The sand is still warm to the feet. That means the sun still burns high above. I wonder why it lets it remain when all else was so quickly erased, when it could so easily just reach and pluck it out of the sky. Had it been another, I'd suspect it was to mock humanity's memory, to mock that sliver of me that still persists in the flesh, stubborn like a buried tick. But this is the absence. It does not mock. After Site-17's destruction, retaliation soon followed. Standard containment terms at first, though certainly still enough to meet any anomaly the Foundation imagined could be contained in Site-17 with overwhelming force. When those men failed to return, failed to even report their arrival, more serious measures had to be taken. Site-17 has always been isolated, and so they could act freely. Gunships and fire teams, aerial bombardment and artillery barrages. The Foundation came down on what it still believed to be SCP-1915 like a fire god's fist, all heat and sound and bluster. Had it still been truly corporeal, I doubt even ashes would have remained. But whatever the absence truly was at this point, the tattered semblance of my flesh hanging around it had very little to do with it. It simply stood there and took it all in. And the Foundation's initial fury was soon spent. It then began to walk. And not too quickly either. For days, it simply leisurely strode on while the Foundation threw everything it had at it. I watched from within my deadbolt as it walked unfeeling, uncaring, and this desert followed in its wake, as inscrutable and unstoppable as its harbinger. We are not quite alone here. Some stubborn immortals persist, wretched creatures. A continent away, an ancient man still walks, tormented by 3 mocking voices. He believed that once he was the only one left, he would be allowed to rest. He was wrong.
Beneath the ground is a soul, suffocating as the earth slowly grinds its sanity to mulch. From its prison of gold and rubies, there would be no release. Elsewhere lies a once smiling god as the sands cover his prone figure. He does not resist. He had once promised the world his love, promised humanity the stars. Sand pours through his fingers as he tries to gather his flame together. His people. But it is dying, and they are dead. Extinguished. When someone walks, they are bound to reach somewhere eventually, despite everyone's best efforts. And so the absence arrived at its first city, the sand at its heels like an obedient lapdog. Oh, there had been villages and towns before that, but the absence didn't seem to care enough to bother with them. It simply walked by, leaving them to the whims of the sands, which were only ever singular in their intent. But through the streets of the city, it strode, as mobile task forces fought and fell to buy the civilian population just a few more minutes to evacuate. By this point, hiding what was truly going on became impossible, of course, as street after street sank beneath that gentle, crawling tide. The Foundation had, of course, attempted to evacuate the city once it realized there would be no stopping the absence. But if I've ever learned anything in my eons as a corporate peon, is that organizing an operation of that magnitude is something that takes a lot more time than the Foundation had. It's a wonder they managed to save as many as they did. As for the rest, it had waited until night fell. I imagine it was an eerie sight, that lone figure standing beneath the frozen light of other worlds in that empty intersection between financial and residential districts, where train tracks used to be before the old steam locomotives went out of service and were never replaced by newer ones. Yes, it waited until it could see the stars. Then it burned, without heat, without light, without life. It burned a hole through the city, and there was nothing to fill it. Reality cannot suffer a vacuum, they always said, but the absence had shown how little it cared for reality. So it was gone, just like that. How does one explain something like that? How do you describe what isn't there? Where one moment was a city of 500,000, the next it wasn't. To a place it was, even the sands wouldn't come. It was just a scar. It was nothing. It was then, I believe, that the Foundation realized it could not stand alone. The next few months of the absence's march saw them turn to their sometimes allies, coalition mage killers and thermonuclear strikes, initiative paladins and holy relics, sniper rifle or sacred sword, burning inferno or divine retribution. The absence did not care. And soon, the Foundation had no allies left to turn. It then called on its vicious enemies. Ink eaters wove their art in maddening patterns to break the minds of the infinite. Archivists and librarians poured from the ways, bringing with them the knowledge of 100,000 worlds. Clockwork titans shook the barren whiteness of the sand with the thunder of metal. The absence did not care, and soon the Foundation ran out of enemies. In a last act of desperation, they committed their final, most painful betrayal. The wardens unleashed upon the world their prisoners. Of these, I have made note, though I doubt the absence did the same. On the blasted wasteland that was once Boston, it was assailed by two brothers, one savage, the other somber, one violent, the other reluctant. They nevertheless fought with a graceful unity to take the breath away. In their eyes, I saw that they did not know each other for a very long while, and that they fought so that they could have the time to rectify this. I saw regret and hope, rage and desperation. But most of all, I saw a simple need to be. I would like to believe that you and I would have been like them had we met, brother. They fought with the fury of 1,000 years of solitude. It did not suffice. In a wounded valley that had once been part of the Black Sea, we came across a self proclaimed god. There was nothing but confidence in his eyes as he threw reality itself into disarray, bent and twisted its most fundamental laws to bring upon the absence untold destruction. The earth froze and boiled and heaved. The air screamed with a blighted glee, and the god he strode draped in a cloak of lightning, as if time itself had clawed at the absence with talons of utter unbeing, until the god came to meet the absence's lack of gaze, until his eyes rested on a nothing that lasted forever, until he did not suffice. Before the walls of Acre, as the ancient city was drowned by the desert, two figures approached us. One was four-legged and horned. Its crown was ice, its eyes galaxies. Its whole was power absolute. The second was a man, simple, humble, but possessing a love of being that extended to the edges of the universe. Compassion to pierce the deepest hells that had nothing to do with weakness. Of the two, I could not tell you which was more glorious, which was more terrifying. They met the absence with will alone, and when I felt it fall on us, I thought I would weep. Surely nothing could withstand such a presence. Surely nothing would want to. But the absence was less than nothing, infinitely less. I have told you what became of kind Pangloss. Of the other, even less remained. For months they came, for years, for decades, alone or in groups, with ferocity or with a blank stare. The Foundation's prisoners threw themselves at the absence. I could not hope to imagine the reasons behind the actions of every individual anomaly. But if I could guess, I would say that the idea of sharing existence with a thing like the absence galled them to the point of madness. I don't blame them. But by the end, prisons ran empty as the world dried up, as life was drained from it inch by inch, grain by grain, till only one city remained. I don't know by which power I was allowed to send my senses ahead of us, as the absence marched towards that tottering bastion which held in its quivering embrace the very last of humanity. As the sands around us buried the last of the trees that will ever grow in this land. I felt each tiny mote of life in that sad place like the flames of a cheap candle, moments before the typhoon. In these moments, as twilight danced in lurid reds and oranges on ivory, I sensed them all. For you, brother, I witnessed. In a low, narrow room, a woman sat hunched at the foot of her ever narrower bunk and couldn't bring herself to pray. She had lost her mother when she was but a babe, and though she was no longer young, her features still displayed all the violence of that incident. Her mother stood before the eater of children and did not budge. And when they both fell down, she sang still the praise of her Lord. She lost her father in the first days of the war against the absence, as the paladins marched with holy fervor in their eyes. Her father had been a believer, had always been a solid presence in her life, an anchor immovable by anything but regret. He had promised her he would be back. He did not mean to lie, but his God had forsaken him when it counted most, forsaken all of them. And now Naomi knelt at the foot of the ever narrowing bunk and could not pray. So she cursed instead. Below, in a series of dank cellars which might have at one point stored cheeses, a woman of about 40 tinkered with broken toys. When she was young, she made wonders, such wonders. In every line etched across her prematurely old face, I saw what could have been had it not been for the absence. For me. In the dim light and the soft noise of rotting wood crumbling beneath calloused fingers, I saw the death of potential, the death of all possibility. Though Isabel was stubborn as she always was, she knew that this toy would be her last. Just as well, she thought. After today, there'd be none left to play with it. On the rooftop of the highest building still standing, an elderly man watched the world come to an end. He was once an agent of the Foundation, once one among 100,000, ready, prepared, and collected. His duty was to instruct new agents what was proper for an agent to do, how it was proper for that agent to think. And he had been very good at his job, since generally his recruits survived long enough to thank him. But what was he now, he wondered, as he watched the sands pour over the paltry last line of defense that a few defiant fools erected the day before. His lads and lasses were all long since dead, and all that he knew, all of his years of training and experience, in the end, they amounted to less than nothing. No longer an agent, for there was no longer an agency. No longer a teacher, for the students were gone. No longer a man, since, well, it would not do to repeat that now, would it? No longer anything. And that was the cruelest joke. It no longer mattered if the absence arrived, he thought. They were already within it. A noise behind him. The old man turned to see a small, mousy man in a wrinkled gray suit and a deflated hat that at one point was likely a fedora. He looked at the old man, but said nothing. Lombardi looked back and didn't know if to laugh or cry. Soon it ceased to matter. Such was the end. Quiet, small, bereft of heroics and great deeds, free of pretensions of great meaning. One night, there was a human race on the planet Earth. The next, there wasn't. And that was that. The stars do not wait for you, brother. When you took my power, when you burned yourself in the skies above, they looked upon you and felt nothing. The stars did not wait for humanity. For all of the promise it showed, for all of the promise others saw in it. But what of the absence? What of me? I am, by all accounts and possible qualifications, the greatest monster this world has ever saw. Perhaps that any world saw. And yet, brother, I see now that the stars wait for us. For me. Where is the justice in that? Seek it not, for there is none. But the fact remains, brother. The stars do not wait for you, but they wait for me to take them into my embrace. I suspect I shall not be long.